Your Excellency, Prime Minister, dear Minister of Education and Science, ladies and gentlemen here at Oregon Technical School and all the viewers online, welcome to the Skillman International Forum 2023. The forum is named Plan of Skills, revised perspective on networking potential. I will help facilitate this networking event. My name is Skillman, and I hope to be with you till the very, very end. And this event is actually taking place in the context of the European Year of Skills. So today, together, all of us, we're going to tackle many questions, but the main one will be, what skills do we need for today, and what skills will be relevant for tomorrow? There's a song by Bob Dylan, maybe someone knows it. It goes by the words, the times, they are changing. The times, sure, are changing, so we need the skills to be prepared for that. So we would like to concentrate today on discussions and networking, assuming that the potential and the answer lies in the networking part, in the process of collaboration and co-creation. This conference has been planned as a networking conference, so I hope you are ready to chat. I hope you're ready to pull out your small talk and meet new people and create new ideas together, because we believe that the real benefits should arise from mutual connections between us. Today we welcome people from Latvia. Is there somebody from Latvia here? Yes, there are. But this is quite a comprehensive task that I'm here to welcome all of you, but I can't do it alone. I don't walk alone here today. And I would first like to welcome on the stage the hostess of this wonderful technical school, the director of the Logan Technical School, Mrs. Skillman.
in collaboration with highly accomplished partners, Skillman.eu and the European Training Foundation. This partnership represents not only a high level of professionalism, but also highlights further teaching the internationalization of education, including vocational education and training. Therefore, today among participants of the conference, both in person and remotely, in addition to the representatives of Latvia and the European Union, we are also welcome guests from many other countries of the world. The purpose of the Skillman International Forum is to spread awareness about vocational education accomplishments and bring together experts and practitioners of vocational education from all parts of the world. The forum will be held in the last time, but for the first time, it's held in Latvia. Latvijas profesionālā izglītība pēdējā desmitgadē ir ievērojami attīstījusies un gūs arī starptautisku atzinību un atpazīstamību. Ar to mēs pat īsi visi varam lepoties. Tāpēc konferencē mēs vēlamies dalīties par saviem sasniegumiem un labiem izcinājumiem. Konferencē pārstāvētās organizācijas un dalībnieki ir visaugstākās savas profesionāli, kas ļauj man pārliecīgi apkalpot, ka šodien konferencē kalpos par platformu patiesi pārspētīgam dialogam un domu apmaiņai par profesionālās izglītības nākotni un attīstības tendencēm. Konferences nosaukums prasmi planē jaunas skatījumus uz tīklošanās potenciālu. Nav izrādāts vēl, bez mūsdienīgās un globālās mērogā konferencējušām prasmēm nav iedomājama modernā profesionālā izglītība. Taču šodien mēs neviens ar pārliecību nevaram atbildēt, kādas būs prasmes būs nepieciešamas, kā tuvākās un īpaši tālākā nākotnē. Tāpēc nākotnē viennozīmīgi pieaugs dažādu formālu un neformālu izglītības pieejamību. Tāpēc aicinu visus izbaudīt iespēju iepazīties ar plašu zināšanu un pieredzes resursus, kas rodam konferences dalībnieku vidū, un izmantot laiku strateģiskām diskusijām un sadarbības veidošanai. Taču ne tikai, jo īpaši aicinu visus dalībniekus nākt klajā ar drosmīgākajām un pašiem iespējams un šķietami trakām idejām. Uzsveru vārdu šķietami, jo kā lieta inovāciju attīstības kārtu, lai atkāpšanās no profesionālā un iespējā ceļa ir patīs ceļš attīstību un izaugsmi. Visiem konferences dalībniekiem vēlu veiksmīgu darbu konferencē, kā arī izbaudīt laiku un skaistajā zemē Latvijā, tās bagāto kultūras un vēstures mantojumu. I wish all conference participants a successful work of the conference as well as enjoy your time in our beautiful country Latvia with its rich cultural and historical heritage. Thank you.
I would like to welcome on the stage the president of Skillman, Mr. to set the scene.
Good morning, everybody. May I see my slide, please? So it's my duty to introduce the conference and accomplish about the preparation we have realized. It's 1 year that we are working together, and I would like to give you some information about the purposes of this event in our view, and how we would like to design the future of education together today, these 2 days. And first of all, thanks to the founded around 10 years ago. Next year will be the 10th. And initially we started exactly with the same idea of cooperation among companies and web providers. And this approach was, of course, asked by the market, and the European Commission was supporting us in this direction. And then we received very high attention from stakeholders, and we extended not only to the two initial pillars of that, we extended to civil society. We had a lot of ministries, and we had a lot of public administrations that joined the network, and this is the result of this 10 years experience. We are here to discuss, in my opinion, two points of our strategies. And in the title is written "The Planet of Skills," that is something that reflects to the skill mismatch. So, as the Prime Minister was mentioning, we need skilled people, skilled and educated people, and we are here to discuss about that. But to have this, that is a challenge we have, we need to think how we can readapt our learning systems, our schools and our educational systems. So we have the solution, because we think that in this partnership, in the collaboration, in the way to share and to care with others, we can find the solution for the education of the future. So the aim we have is to fill this gap. We need skilled people, and we don't have skilled people. So we need to reach the result. This is the idea behind the title, in my opinion. And so, to do what? Why we want to do this? Because we want to design the education of tomorrow, which means the society of tomorrow. Because the curricula of today, if we discuss about the training curricula, we discuss about the future society. We put the ingredients, and then these ingredients will create people that will act for making bombs or for making appliances. So, my thought is always to you, my friends. We have beliefs that drive us, but in one side, when we try to answer to this demand of skills, they can use analysis like statistical analysis. Okay, let me see what the companies are asking. What kind of skills they need. Yes, but we need to make some color in it, because otherwise, if we just follow the needs of the market, we cannot design our future society. We are designed by trends. So we need the other part. And usually what you have religion, you have ideas, you have movements, you have communities. Like this one, Skillman is a small community, and we try to envisage the future of education, because we want to follow our beliefs. And when I say beliefs, we have clearly declared that the glue that put all these people together is the relevant goal of the United Nations. It's not a religious belief. So, following the left part of my slide, I would like to reflect on that, because shaping tomorrow's society is not just following the statistics, is just following our ideas, our feeling. We need to reflect which kind of society we want for tomorrow. And I got in mind the obelisk we have in Rome, talking about the skill mismatch, which inspired me. A few weeks ago I was hosted by ANPAL, the Italian National Agency for Employment, who organized a conference exactly on skill mismatch. We have here the president, Massimo De Mossi. And so I was reflecting on that. We had this big of stone in the Vatican, and for me it represents something because it was brought there. It was a long time ago. It was built in Egypt and was brought to Rome. At that time, honestly, it's difficult to understand how they moved this big piece of marble, but they did. It was really long time ago, and then it was not in the place where it is now. It was in Rome, but then they decided to move it. But after 1,500 years after, they lost the skills to do it. It was a problem. They were not able anymore to move it. So they did a project, they launched a call, and then finally an architect presented a solution to move this big stone, and they started to do it. But when they were moving for few kilometers, they were facing enormous problems. The square where they were working was totally blocked for these works, and there were a Pope decision that to make a silence in the square, and the penalty was to be killed if you were making noise. Incredible, because it was so important, this work. So they were blocked because the cores that they were trying to pull up the obelisk were not enough strong for the weight. And there were no solution at that moment. So one person came out from the workers, and he was a sailor with different skills, and he started to scream, "Water to the ropes." Means if you make the ropes wet, the ropes will be more strong and will resist the effort. And this was the solution. So he was not killed, he was not condemned because he spoken, but he was prized. And this was the demonstration that the different skills from different sectors were the innovation, were the solution. And we reflect on this concept of excellence. What does it mean, excellence, in education and vocational education and training in particular? Of course, we have an example here of excellence, but we have our own concept. What is excellence? I was reflecting on that, and I think that this paradigm can help us to understand. In Rome, where they have lost the skills, the transmission, and they were not finding a solution using the skills belonging to the building sector, because there were architects and so on, they found the solutions from the sea. And this is the paradigm of excellence, in my opinion, where you can combine different experiences and put different situations to go to one result in this way. So skill mismatch, skills transmission, and cross-sectoral skills, practical knowledge. This is what I have in mind for one part of my thoughts. But another reflection, I still have 3 minutes, but that's okay. Another reflection I have in mind is the Cathedral of Florence. I'm from near Florence, a small city, so please apologize for all my mistakes, because I'm not used to speak to such a high-level audience. So, for this part, it's go alone. Someone is tricking me. So, for the Florence Cathedral, which is an enormous building for 35,000 people, more than 100 meters high, there were a big work to make it, 150 years duration. And then the most attractive part for me is the dome, because the dome is composed with 4 million bricks. If you think of 4 million bricks and you put €1 per brick, that is the commercial price now on the market, you can have €4 million for the dome.
and you can buy it. But it's absurd concept for sure that you cannot find in sale at this price. There is no price for the Dome of Florence, if you agree to this concept. And what does it mean? That is not the value in itself of the bricks, but is the value that the bricks together represent. This is the way how I see the cooperation, the second part of our title, no? To find in the cooperation the value. Yes, because these bricks are self-supporting bricks. The dome has no skeleton inside. It's incredible. 4 million bricks that stay together without any skeleton, just because the relation among them, the distribution of the power of the effort is so small, is breaking in very small parts that the system resists. I think this concept is fabulous because this is our cooperation. Small parts together that makes big operas, big monuments, and big things. So, and in this sense, I go to reflect on the social or the soft skills that we need for the future. So the other component. The bricks together represent our capacity to have positive relationships, cooperation, and so on. So this is the parts that I most love, the relevance of the ethical skills. If you don't have ethical skills and you launch bomb on other people, you cannot make this game. So the game stays if you all have good, positive skills to collaborate. That's very important, in my opinion, to do not forget what are the ingredients that we have to put in this curricula for the society of the future. So, finally, last thought to the designer of this big dome was Filippo Brunelleschi, which formally didn't have received any education in architecture and engineering. So it's very strange because he was a jewelry designer. He received artistic formal training. He was a sculptor. But he drew and he found solutions for engineering that were incredible. Even today, this is the big domes in the world built with bricks. So what is the sense of reflecting on Filippo Brunelleschi's experience? He had no formal training, but he was an engineer. So what is necessary is the recognition, the knowledge of skills. And nowadays the skills are really very much fragmented. 20 years ago I was in police force for 10 years. And for me it was very easy. When I was getting the taxi and the taxi driver question, no, you have to answer in 2 minutes to your life question. What do you do? Oh, I'm a policeman. Oh, okay, good. Now, okay, I go to a hotel, yes, what do you do? This is a problem to explain which is my job. It's really a problem. My parents probably are connected online. They never understood what I do, 30 years. Yes, it's a big problem. So, let's go on with this idea. We need to build the knowledge of skills that, for example, makers. These are new professions, and this combines skills that are very different. Okay, this is my idea. We need to recognize, we need to acknowledge skills, we need to give an attention to micro-credentials, because the composition of the certificates doesn't say anything if we don't go deep into the micro-credentials approach. We have Urs here, Hausten is an expert, will drive us during the conference. To show also the power of cooperation with peers, we have here the president of the most important international organization of vocational education and training, which is here. Please stand up, please. Julian Enge, thank you very much, Julian, to be here. So, I'm going to finish. I think I have finished. This is the final conclusion. We need skills we need to think about how to build the future of education using our beliefs, because we want to drive the process. We don't want to be driven by the market, we want to drive the process. The future of education is in our hands. We are a small community, but we can contribute. So thanks so much to be here. Thanks so much to be committed to this mandate, because we have an important role. We cannot hide our faces. We need to stay there and to say which is the society of tomorrow through the curricula of today. Thanks so much.
The president of Skillman, Mr. Giovanni Tristano. Thank you. Thank you, Giovanni, for the passionate opening to the conference. Right now, if I look at the schedule, it is time for the coffee break that will fuel the discussions, that will fuel the idea creation, but this will not be a traditional coffee break. No, 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 you don't have to go anywhere. You're sitting at wonderful tables right here, and the coffee and snacks will be brought to you. And today, ladies and gentlemen, this will be something magnificent. Together, all of us, we will go on a journey of tastes throughout Latvia. Because Latvia is a country of tradition, Latvia is a living cultural heritage. And if we look at the screen, in Latvia we have 4 historical regions. A map will pop up shortly here on the screen, and we will visit all of these regions one by one in separate breaks and experience their culinary heritage and what they have prepared for us here today. And where are we going first? That is the question, and we are starting with Kurzeme. Kurzeme, a very special region. Why start with Kurzeme? Well, actually, there is a very special reason for it, because just a few days ago, Kuldīga, which is considered one of the top places to visit in the Kurzeme region, was included in the UNESCO World Heritage List. Congratulations and a round of applause. And today, the food that will be served to you is prepared and brought to you by the young professionals of the Kuldīga Technology and Tourism Technical School. So a round of applause to the young professionals. And speaking of young professionals, I can't speak all day long. My voice will go numb if I do that. So I have asked for somebody to help me. But when I call them on the stage, I want you to give the loudest round of applause that you can, because it is one of their first times on the stage. They're a little bit stressed, but they want to see you, they want to talk to you. So, with a round of applause, let's welcome on the stage from Kuldīga, Vanessa and Artūrs.
Good morning. Greetings from Kurzeme, the western part of our country, Latvia. The region with the spectacular coast of the Baltic Sea, Livonian small villages, wild and deep forests, and the widest waterfall in Europe.
Our school, Kuldīga Technology and Tourism Technical School, is situated in the heart of this region.
With the force of the sea and its character, 250,000 citizens, 16 cities, and a rich cultural history heritage. With an airport, 2 international ports, old fishing traditions, developed transit, infrastructure, and manufacturing industry. The region with the longest sea coast in Latvia, which provides great opportunities for recreation with more than 200 lakes and rivers, and the wildest waterfall in Europe. A place where wind is born and the heart is beating faster. Kurzeme.
Kurseme is an area called Soiti, with the unique traditions that are included in UNESCO World Intangible Heritage.
Soiti. There are some 2,000 people who live in the western part of Latvia, near the Baltic Sea. They are people who understand the enormous value of traditions, which they learned as children. Their own dialect, grandmother in a folk costume, the specific style of singing, centuries-old wedding traditions, and over 50,000 folk songs. At one time that seemed like something that was self-evident. Today, Soiti increasingly recognize how valuable it is to be one of them.
Our school is a member of the European Culinary Heritage Net.
And this morning, we represent culinary heritage and local food of Kurseme.
Different fish is typical for the Kurseme seashore. Today we are serving herring with traditional products, curds, red beet and sea buckthorn, a golden berry growing at the sandy seashore.
People living in Kurseme always have eaten meat too. Today we offer beast roast snack with veggies and wild berries.
Rye bread is traditionally eaten in Latvia because it gives strength. You can taste rye bread, smoked chicken and local cheese.
Ancient meal typical just only for Kurseme is a vegetable tarte. It is made of non-fermented rye flour yeast with potato and carrot mash filling. It has a round shape that symbolizes sun. It is included in the list of European heritage products.
The meals for celebrations, Latvians basically were preparing from the local products. For the dessert, we serve carrot cake.
We offer to taste absolutely original ancient coffee in Kurseme, made of acorns and barley. Acorns are roasted, grinded, and then made healthy hot drink with taste similar to coffee and pleasant aroma. We recommend enjoying it with milk and sugar.
Since ancient times, there are many gardens in Kurseme, with apple trees, cherry trees. We are serving typical apple juice drink. To show better the unique aroma of apples, we are serving it warm.
You are very welcome during breakfast to be inspired for this day, from unique Soiti songs and music, presented by real Soiti gentlemen dressed in folk costumes.
Enjoy your meal and Soiti folk music.
Let me shortly introduce with ourselves. We don't want to give you a wrong impression that there are only 2 men in Soiti region. There are a lot of men, and there are many singing and musical singers and musicians. But we represent not only our Soiti region and Soiti culture, but also 2 folk groups. Soitu vīri, that means Soiti men, and Soiti bagpipers, or Soitu dūdenieki. And we will start with short 2 tunes on bagpipes. And these bagpipes are nothing to do with Scotland. Sorry if there are Scottish people here. But bagpipes are known in Latvia since 15th century, so they are quite a long time here in Latvia. And For example, these are made by me. So we are also kind of professionals. I'm architect. My colleague Paul is weaver. So yeah. Enjoy. This first tune was called Round Moon or Full Moon. It depends how you look at it. And the second one will be, I think, the most emotional tune from our region. We live not far from the seaside. You saw these nice ladies walking on the seaside. It's only 10 kilometers from our village. And this tune also has lyrics, and lyrics are about how sun rays are playing with the water in the sea. about what is your idea? What is a man's pride? Car? Wife? In this case, it will be horse, a song about horse. Of course, my horse is the best and the most beautiful. And we will play on two string instruments. It is, my instrument is called kokle, also a very ancient Latvian instrument. And Paulus play mandolin. Nedienāmi tas nevaida, kas manāmi kumeļam. Aidaidā, hindandā, rairidi, rauvalva. Aidaidā, hindandā, aidaidā, hindandā, rairidi, rauvalva. Aidaidā, hindandā, rairidi, rauvalva. Tikritiņu varjā grož ritenāti, ritenāi. Aidaidā, hindandā, rairidi, rauvalva. Aidaidā, hindandā, rairidi, rauvalva. Uz tā mana kumeliņa ūdens rasa nestāvēja. Aidaidā, hindandā, rairidi, rauvalva. Aidaidā, hindandā, rairidi, rauvalva. To man dara tīras sauzes, mans graisi cēlumiš. Aidaidā, hindandā, rairidi, rauvalva. Aidaidā, hindandā, rairidi, rauvalva. Es savāmi kumeļām nekad pāri nedarīju. Aidaidā, hindandā, rairidi, rauvalva. Aidaidā, hindandā, rairidi, rauvalva. Pretniem viņu galvī līdu no kalniņa vai nu vai. Aidaidā, hindandā, rairidi, rauvalva. Aidaidā, hindandā, rairidi, rauvalva. The next tune, the next song will be dedicated to, the difficult situation in the world. And as we all know, that there are people fighting for their freedom, and Latvians also used to fight for their freedom, for our freedom. And this song will be all war song. vieca tautu meita, greizu ceļu staigājot, viņš vēl taisi ārā jīs, kāja vīru pulciņē, tamsi draba gredzeniņš, kāja vīra rociņē. Mansi draba gredzeniņš, kāja vīra rociņē. Vēl šo pašu svētu rītu šķiesies māte tavs dēliņš, neprasīs vairs baltu kreklu, nedos melo izmazgāt. Neprasīs vairs baltu kreklu, nedos melo izmazgāt. And the next song will be about beer brewing. This song contains, the lyrics contain all the recipe of making good beer. Unfortunately, it's for guests who don't understand Latvian. It will be missed, sorry. Bagpipes, and this won't be a folk song, but original song composed by my friend over there. I saw that you have on a menu something, some beat on your tables, and this tune is dedicated to how to grow proper beat, but without lyrics. But there are also lyrics, but we can't sing and play at the same time. Biešu lauks Latvijas. for your attention. I only wanted to mention that 1% of inhabitants of our village, 1% play bagpipes. Is it lot or not? Decide for yourself. But it's 10 out of 1,000.
The question that I haven't tasted it. How's the coffee? Does it taste like coffee? Is it good? Yeah? The coffee is great. I don't know if it has the kick, but it has. Excellent. Very good. So I hope we managed to give you a feeling of Kurzem region, and we're going to travel through all of the rest of the regions till the very end of today. But I hope that after this cultural-rooted start for the conference, you are ready for some work, you know? Because if you want to party hard in the evening, you have to work hard. And to set the knowledge base and give some ideas to talk about and to network for the rest of the day, I would like to welcome on the stage the speakers for this next part of the conference. And it is my honor to welcome on the stage for the keynote presentation. He's a doctor of economics, the professor emeritus of Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences, and the longtime CEO of Latvia's Mobilized Telephones. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Juris Binde.
Good morning, everybody. Dear Mr. President of Skillman, dear Ms. Director of Polytechnical School, dear friends, it's my pleasure to introduce some visionary about how important skills are nowadays for society, for the businesses, for the development of the future. And people for all the times were trying to predict the future. Nostradamus, shamans, Vanga, Pavel Loba, different other people that are trying to predict the future based on different tools like astrologics and some other, but the future in fact is not thing that just happens, but it's something we are creating every single day by action or by inaction. And this is a very important statement, because many of the problems are created mainly because of inaction. Why do we need to build the future? Before we are talking about this extremely important question, very short introduction about Latvian Mobile Telephone Company, the eldest and leading mobile telecommunications operator, which works in Latvia for more than 30 years. And it was a pleasure to manage this company from the first day. I was the first employee of the company in 1992. So, we are looking in the future, and it's quite clear that only pure telco operators will not survive, because most of the world operators are very much afraid not to become a bit pipe, not only to become as a transmitters of the data streams, but at the same time very few of them are doing something not to be a bit pipe. And some 6-7 years ago, LMT decided that we have to change the paradigm, and we have to fill this big pipe with our own content, with our own services, with our own support. And that's why we started IT development, different software issues, and also as an IT integrator, because there is no company which is producing just full system, but the systems got to be integrated from different suppliers, from different vendors, and create a common system. And on the top of that, we cannot create something new without research and development, and therefore the innovations based on R&D is the key driver for creating our future. The development of the technologies are always have been in some contradictions with development of society and with development of businesses. Technologies are driven by people who are motivated to try the technologies, to develop new things, and there, as you can see, this curve is going up very fast. The society is not so fast, but nevertheless the society is still continuing with some gap to the technology's development, and we know that especially young people are very quickly and very fast are adapting to the new technologies, especially in the digitalized environment. At the same time, business is very slow. The gap between the development of the technologies and development of overall business, except technological businesses, is always quite big. And it's a fact, but it's not good, because the development and this digital Darwinism says that this will be not the strongest or the smartest who will survive in this digital environment, in this progress run, but those who can adapt to the changes faster than others. They will survive and they will be on the competitive edge in comparison with others. So far, the human progress and the technologies were developing with quite steady up, but there were no too much revolutionary jumps up or down. But we are just few steps from the moment when there will be the new discovery which can completely change the development of the society, of the technologies, of even the world. And one of such changes or innovations arose some year ago when everybody was talking about the artificial intelligence. It was for quite a long time, but then suddenly ChatGPT came up, and everybody became influenced. Somebody was worried, somebody was relaxed, someone saw that it's some danger. But now we are a little bit more than 1 year from the moment when ChatGPT arose, and so this hype went down. So, because people found out that this is just a computer program which is gathering a big amount of data, on a basis of this data, creating something. And of course there are things where this artificial intelligence can be used, for instance, to generate some standard answers for some purposes and standard texts and so on. But there is a difference between artificial intelligence and intelligence, because artificial intelligence cannot create new things, innovations, but it can create something only on a basis of the existing knowledge. People's brain can imagine things what never happened forever. Just, it was not before, and maybe it will not be in the future. People can imagine everything. The artificial intelligence cannot, so far. So there are other things in the pipeline which can change significantly the life. It's quantum computing, because it's really new one, because normally we are using two-level computing 1, 0. This will use more coding, and therefore it can give the opportunity to create supercomputers with a superpower. But so far it's not realized in the technologies, except maybe some encryption and so on. And this is an issue which definitely will change the life. Another issue is low temperature nuclear synthesis, which can be a source for the unlimited amount of energy, small, compact, which can be installed and used in every place. To my knowledge, I see these two issues as dramatically changing factors. During the history, there were always a difference between development of the technologies and the social social relations, and also the skills. And technologies, as a red line, always is developing faster. Then there is some flat period, and then there is a next level, and so on. At the same time, the universal public schooling and the skills for the society are acquired significantly slower. And when the gap between the knowledge of the society and the development of technologies is increasing, there are always a social pain. Because people who do not understand the technologies, they have difficulties to adapt to these new technologies, and they are feeling not involved and not adopted in all over the processes. But with timing, the knowledge is acquired by more and more people, and in many cases it's also generating the new knowledge. And then, if the volume of the knowledge and skills is exceeding the level of the technology, then the society is experiencing some period of prosperity. But the cycle is continuing, and the new technologies are coming up, and the knowledge is not acquired as fast, and again there is a social pain. And therefore, nowadays, with the digital revolution, the development is so fast that these changes and these gaps are arising and have to be closed very, very fast. The life has significantly changed because in the past we have very steady sequence of different situations. You started education, we started education, then we went to work, then we worked, and then we retired, and that's it. So nowadays, the education, work, leisure, it's all in the one block. You have to educate all the time, because work requires, and especially the development of the technologies, requests you to acquire new knowledge, to permanently study. And if we and our parents graduated from one school or from one university, and could work in the one, on the one position or in one enterprise for tens of years. Today it's impossible because many professions are simply disappearing. And this is one of the issues where the artificial intelligence is also making its attacks. There will be professions which will disappear simply. So, significant part of the technological and social development are innovations, and not to say nowadays, but let's say 10 years ago, the status quo was a slow, steady developing environment, planning and forecasting and incremental improvement and adaptation. But in the future, the environment is more and more unpredictable. The change is our daily habit and environment, and new operating models are arising. And here is one example between two managerial or business models. Okay, you can see on another. So another screen. So there are two models. There is an old one, managerial, and entrepreneurial, and or effectuation. In the first one is the selecting of the different means which are predetermined, and the company's management is getting the tasks, the goals, and fulfilling them. The entrepreneurial or effectuations approach is motivating for the innovations, because you are gathering all the means what you have, the means you can attract, and then you are creating the innovative then you are creating something new what was not before. So in former times assets were the buildings, finance, people. Now it's changing, that as an asset is access to ecosystem, access to networking and so on. Structures and hierarchies are replaced by network structures, by grid structures. Knowledge economy is moving more to the collaborative economy. And predictability and control is more depending on the decision-making speed and flexibility. So Richard Foreman stated that there are two types of people. In the old good times, there were more cathedral-like people which were building their knowledge on layer by layer. Their knowledge was complex and dense. They were highly educated and articulate personality with a complex inner density. Today's digital society allows to get some information, not knowledge, in the distance of from one or few clicks. So, and these people have very wide but not deep knowledge, and therefore Richard Foreman is calling these people like a pancake people. So, yeah. And of course, it's, there are different reasons. First of all, it's the digital environment where you can get a lot of information very, very fast. At the same time, the big information flow also is making pressure on people. So, and just coming to the finish of my presentation, we are moving from Industry 1.0 to Industry 4.0. And education started also from the first industrial revolution, when basically the technological equipment was introduced, and there was no necessity for the education. It was some kind of the luxury for the rich people. It was enough to be the qualified worker. On the second industrial revolution, it was necessary to read and to write in order to fulfill some instructions and technological process, and this was the education 0.0. Employees with ability to think systematically was required by the third industrial revolution, when the industrial robots, the automatical computing lines were implemented, and the amount of knowledge and skills required also is requesting to change the education system. But unfortunately, during the Industry 4.0, our education in many cases stayed on education 0.0. So, and of course, we cannot teach today the same way you did yesterday, because we are preparing the students for tomorrow, and this is also one of the mottos for Skillman's conferences. So there are some projects what we created together with our partners, but so considering that time is running out, I will not stop on that. But I like very much this statement that if we don't have natural intelligence, artificial will not help us. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to Mr. Binde. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you very much. We definitely need skills, and we're living in fast times where we truly depend on technology. Fingers crossed, technology doesn't fail us again. It's something like bees. Latvians have this saying, technology are like bees. You never know what pops in their mind. By the way, a small technical note, probably during the breakfast part you found registration pages on your tables. The Ministry of Education and Science kindly asks you to fill them out. Just write in your name and sign it so that you all are counted and you have actually been here. But we are continuing with presentations that each presentation will take approximately 10 minutes. 6 presentations about the issues that are existing in the world today, issues with skills from different organizations' perspectives. So, with a round of applause, I'm pleased to welcome on the stage the team leader of the European Year of Skills at the European Commission, Mrs. Kristiina Krivmane.
Good morning. Welcome to all participants. I'm delighted to be here. Dear President, dear organizers, I think you've done a fantastic job. Don't we all agree? I'm also delighted because I'm back in my hometown. You heard I'm working in Brussels, but I was very, very happy to get back to my roots, to the place where many of my journeys began, including that on skills. And today, as you heard, I'm leading the effort of the European Commission to work for this year of skills. And your conference is really, really fantastic, so I commend your effort and all your involvement in all those years that you've put through, and you're going to do as Giovanni just told us in the morning. But I'm also to talk about what drives the world and Europe today. And one of the things, and not the things that we really want to think about, is the skills shortages. We had the Prime Minister. I could not bring my big boss, our President of the European Commission, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, but when speaking at the State of Union speech back 2 weeks ago, she said that it is not now the people who are looking for jobs, it is millions of jobs who are looking for people. We know that some of these jobs do not have names yet. We actually don't know what they will be. We know that many of them will be very green, and we know that all of them be digital. But these are the people we need. We have very ambitious target in Europe for green and digital transition. None of this will happen if we don't have people who drive this. And this is exactly the reason why the European Commission announced and put forward the European Year of Skills. Already now, and I'm jumping a little bit, we know that 1 year, of course, is not enough. But we are very happy to have this opportunity to put skills in spotlight in these times, which are very, very harsh, in fact. When we look at the surveys, we see that a staggering 2/3, almost 80% of European companies lack skilled workforce. And especially small and medium enterprises are much suffering from that. We also know that these are exactly the vocational profiles, vocational skills, medium vocational skills that are holding us back. So what can we do about this? So with the year, of course, we are putting the skills in spotlight, but we are far away starting from scratch. We have the recommendation that member states, European countries, adopted in 2022 already on the vocational education and training. How to make it relevant, how to make it labor market relevant, and how to modernize vocational education and training. The Osnabrück Declaration, which happened also in the same year, put already concrete actions to be implemented by 2025. And when we look now in those actions, the countries submitted their national plans last year, and we were very happy to see that the plans are ambitious and they're really in line with the priorities. We saw that there is focus on labor market relevance, there is work-based learning, there is excellence, there is attractiveness, there is inclusiveness. In fact, this is great to see that the European countries and their education systems, in fact, have really picked up on this. We love figures in Europe, so I'm going to quote some. The same declaration had targets for the countries to achieve by 2025, and we are happy that some of the targets are already achieved or close to be achieved. The target of 60% objective in terms of recent graduates benefiting from work-based learning was achieved already last year. And another target, that of 82% of employed VET graduates, is about to be met. In 2022, we are at 79.7. We have also set a target for learners' mobility. We know, and you know, of course, many of you, how much it gives an inspiration to the young people when they see other traditions, when they experience the same métier or the same job in another country. So we said that there should be at least 8% of young people who have opportunity for learning mobility. We do not have figures yet, but on our side we are doing a lot to help the countries to achieve this objective. We have doubled Erasmus Plus budget for learning mobility, and we are also going to update the framework for learning mobility, and we are going to make a proposal for a council recommendation still this year to make sure that the learning mobility in fact becomes the norm for learners of all ages. So these are really great things, but of course these wouldn't be happening if there is no funding behind this. And I'm of course also very happy always to remind that we have in fact huge resources at EU level. European Social Fund has an investment of 99 billion for 7 years. All this goes in people. All of this in certain way goes into skills development. The Recovery and Resilience Facility, which was put in place as a response to the COVID situation, member states have earmarked huge funding there as well. We really, really need to use it for a good cause. Now, Centers of Vocational Excellence, this is another initiative that some of you know very well. I know that many of Skillman.eu members are also members in some or the other Center of Vocational Excellence. We have a funding of 400 million for 100 centers in this 7-year period, and we are actually astonished to see what great results these centers generate already. So really some initiatives which can be commended and which should continue. Now, networks like yours here and conference like we have today is really a true expression of the European Year of Skills. I know we have many international participants, but this is really all about working together, learning, sharing knowledge generously, and taking action. We shouldn't forget about action too. We have also other networks such as the Alliance for Apprenticeships, and I know that some of you are also members of that. Pact for Skills. Pact for Skills members have pledged to invest 160 million in training, and these are companies, education training providers, social partners, and they have already trained 2 million people in 2020 together. We are in this together, the EU level, the national level. We have national coordinators who are shaping the year in the countries, and I'm very, very happy to have, I think I saw Yuri, yes, you are there. We have an Ukrainian national coordinator for the European Year of Skills with us today, and I think we really can commend his efforts and also the efforts of other national coordinators to make the year a reality on the countries. We have employment services, social partners, civil society, and very importantly, also those who teach and those who learn of all ages. Now, we are working relentlessly across the Commission services. There are many events taking place, and I wanted just to make advertisement for some of them. I know that some of you have them in your calendars already. The European Vocational Skills Week is upcoming at the end of October, 23rd to 27th. I know that Skillman took part in the week for many years, but for those of you who do not know the week, there are many partnership events that you can find out on our website. Another flagship event, Employment and Social Rights Forum, will take place in November 16th and 17th. And very timely, Mr. Binde spoke about digital. This year's edition is about digital and about artificial intelligence, taking place in Brussels, but also online. Registrations are open. And then I'd like you to save another date, and that is 30th of April, when you guessed right, the European Year of Skills runs until 8th of May, and this will give us an opportunity to look at what we have achieved together with yourselves and look ahead in the future. We do not know what happens in the future. We wish we had the crystal ball, but I'm very sure that we're working together with networks like yourselves, we can achieve it. And like our Commissioner Schmidt says, we are not here for a year, we are definitely here for at least a decade of skills. I wish you a good conference and thank you for your partnership. Thank you very much.
Yes, many good questions asked in this presentation, like how can you even teach skills if you don't know the names of the jobs that will exist? Many questions to ponder and to network in the next hours today at Skillman. And hopefully right now technology will be on our side because we are switching to an online speaker. He's the co-organizer of the European Training Foundation. So please welcome online on our digital stage the head of unit Mr. Georgios Zisimus. Georgios, are you with us today?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and proud. The next 10 minutes are yours.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, let me start by saying that a great thank you to Skillman Network for this international forum. It's been going on for several years now, and we had always the pleasure to be part of it. Talking about networks, this is a good example to use. I don't know if you can see me, but I'm actually now in another network. I'm in Netherlands, in Amsterdam, where the Excellence Forum is taking place as we speak. Actually, Commissioner Schmidt is on stage now. And again, it's all about skills. It's all about how we combine our knowledge and our expertise to support the provision of skills, and furthermore to support the learners to acquire and use them for further employability. So thank you again for this invitation, and thank you, of course, to the Ministries of Education and Science and the Ministry of Agriculture. Again, let me say that with the Ministry of Education and Science, we have had a long cooperation with ETF, and we're grateful for that. Now, I will not take your 10 minutes, so I will be short in my speech today. Just to say that this is the year of the skills. You heard earlier on from the previous speaker from the European Commission that a number of events are happening. A year would never be enough. This is a long life target to make sure that skills are on the front line when it comes to policies. This is something that at the European Training Foundation we try to do. We work with countries outside the EU. This is why today at Skillman, in the room there in Riga, you have actually, apart from my colleagues from ETF, you have colleagues from countries from Central Asia. This is a region where we have had great cooperation over the years, and the last 1 year and a half, we've been cooperating to support the development of skills for young people in a project called Daria, which is, of course, funded by the EU, and is in cooperation with the 5 countries in Central Asia. And I'm sure colleagues in the room will be able to say more about that. Another initiative that was mentioned by the previous speaker, and ETF is well, let's say, on board, is the vocational excellence. You know that in ETF, talking about excellence, we have developed since 2019 a network. It's called ETF Network for Excellence. I invite you all to look at that on our website. It has more than 300 members. And the idea is to ensure that the knowledge on developing centers of excellence is used at policy level in order to propagate, to deliver that excellence to the VET system. And here actually in Amsterdam today, we are presenting 3 products of our work on vocational excellence. The first one is a self-assessment tool that helps VET schools that aspire to improve. That could be for any VET school that is committed to the logic of improvement to use in order to plan their progress. This tool will be ready by the end of this year and will be available, and is, of course, something that we deliver for the European Union. The second one is a label. It's a label for excellence that acknowledges the effort, acknowledges the commitment, but at the same time, it helps to create more partnerships. And again, this is a tool that will come before the end of this year. But talking about excellence, it's very important to look into the different dimensions of excellence and improve our knowledge on how, for example, excellence contributes to applied research. This is a question we had to deal with, and this is something that we have delivered a study. It will be presented here in Amsterdam today, but also how centers of excellence contribute to the green and digital transition. This is another area that we have developed a lot of expertise. With this as a key message, let's say, let me say that the theme you have selected for this year's forum, the Planet of Skills, revised perspective on networking potential, is very timely. Networking was never so much needed as it is today. And the first principle when it comes to networking is that whoever is part of a networking that leads to a partnership needs to have something to gain from. So it must be a win-win situation. And I think this is the art behind networking. In a meeting we had last week with the European Commission, there was a question raised to us by high officials. I will not mention the names now. What is the recipe that ETF is using to do so well when it comes to networking, when it comes to forging partnerships? And the answer we have given is that you need to have the right mindset and the right structure in place in order to support the logic of partnerships and networking. And of course, you need to develop the skills in the organization that will allow you to be able to cooperate with others. And this is what we're trying continuously to do in ETF, and I believe we're on the right track. So with these few words, let me wish you all a great day today at the event. It's a pity that the two events coincide today, but I think it's a sign of how much there is to be said on this idea of skills, of networking, of cooperation and partnerships. I think we still have a long way to go. So have a great day, have good discussions. Thank you again for this invitation. Regrets that I cannot be there in person, but I'm sure Filippo and Christine, two senior experts from our team, are there and will make sure that they take part in the proceedings. Thank you again and have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zissimos, for finding time to join us online. Good that we have technology and good that we have the networks that Mr. Zissimos told us. Many networks are gathered here today at Skillman, and I hope that will bring partnerships and real change that is necessary. Right now, it is my honor to welcome on the stage the head of Center for Skills at OECD, or Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Mrs. Eliza Mahamedou. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for having us today. I think this is really, as was said several times this morning, an amazing opportunity to bring us all together to talk about this important topic. So I will take you through some of the insights we have throughout the OECD. Of course, structural changes are impacting skills needs, and we've heard quite a lot this morning around that. Populations are aging, and that means that people will have to upskill and reskill to invest in their skills. At the same time, this aging population means as well that there are demand for certain goods in particular and services in particular around personal care and healthcare. And of course, digitalization is also changing jobs. On average, across the OECD, occupations at the highest risk of automation reach about 28% of employment. And this is a higher estimate than we have had a few years ago, which was at about 14%. And 32% of jobs can see significant changes also due to automation. But research has really shown that the total impact of this type of automation is positive. More jobs are expected to be created than there are jobs that are disappearing due to automation. Of course, the green transition, European Commission has mentioned it, is also changing the skills needs as employers are adopting greener production methods, and also individuals are changing their consuming patterns. But these new jobs, all of them, will require a different skill set. And what we see, for instance, is that about 50% of employment is in digital intensive sectors. And what we see at the same time for our survey of adult skills, PIAC, is that many adults lack basic digital skills. So this means that many people will need to upskill and reskill to change jobs or to stay relevant in their own job. And of course, needless to say, the COVID pandemic has accelerated a lot of these trends, particularly the digital one, but of course as well the green one. Looking now a little bit more into what we think is vocational education and training, of course at the center of this conference, being one of the most appropriate tools to equip young people with skills in demand at workplaces and facilitating this school-to-work transition. Close to the OECD average, in Latvia, nearly 3 out of 10 25 to 34-year-olds have a VET qualification as their highest level of attainment. But one of the issues is that we are still at very low rates of enrollment when it comes to VET. Several reasons for that: the VET programs themselves, the parity of esteem, the lack of pathways between the different education systems. When we look, though, however, at the share of upper secondary vocational students enrolled in combined school and work-based programs, that's the x-axis, this represents the percentage of students in a given country who are enrolled in VET programs that combine both classroom and practice-oriented work-based learning. And it really shows that these programs actually have very good labor market outcomes. And it's really a measure of how, if we manage to work on the attractiveness of these programs, we can manage to really show a little bit more of what these programs actually bring to the people who go into them. And Latvia actually stands quite well because of the setup of its own program. And in some countries, actually, the work-based learning is extensively used, but in some others, and quite a few still, it's not still very much school-based oriented. So one of the issues, however, that we see is we are constantly talking about upskilling and reskilling, and what that means is that people will need to go into training. But what we see, however, is that most people do not participate in adult learning. And the percentage of 25 to 65-year-olds who reported having participated in at least one form of formal or non-formal adult learning opportunity in the 12 months preceding the interview is quite low. In many OECD countries, the data from our PIAC survey as well is that only 2 in 5 adults actually participate in these programs. And that really has an issue because this is where the changes will happen. When you get out of school, you have to continue within the setup of the companies. So I looked here at the European Company Survey, which looked at about 20,000 establishments and their workplace practices with regard to work organization. And what you see, unfortunately, is that a lot of the companies don't actually allocate the time for this training. And that is really an issue if we are calling for more upskilling and reskilling. Looking here as well into the lack of employer-sponsored training on basic digital skills, recall the first slide where we saw it was quite low in the OECD, is a particular problem from a policy perspective, because it coincides with low levels of basic digital skills compared to some of the other countries, particularly here. In Latvia, only 48% of the labor force has basic digital skills compared to the EU average of 64%. And this is problematic as insufficient digital skills currently limit the capacity of Latvian firms to make the best use of available technologies. So this is all not. There are quite a few skills where, of course, some of the training really needs to look into. Latvian enterprises offer less training on general IT skills, management skills, and teamwork skills compared to companies in Estonia, Lithuania, and across the EU. So the share of enterprises providing professional IT skills is limited compared to the neighboring countries and slightly above the EU average. And this really means that most of the training within the Latvian companies is very much focused on job-specific and technical skills. So what we know is the skills for the future. What does that mean in terms of the today and tomorrow's workers? The future of skills is really a combination of all of these skills, from the foundational skills to the transversal cognitive and metacognitive skills, the social and emotional skills, the professional and technical skills, but it's really the skill set combined that will be the most useful in the future rather than distinct skill sets that are acquired. Because, for instance, professional and technical skills, knowledge and skills cannot be acquired without foundational skills. And social and emotional skills are not only needed in the professional world, but also continuously developed throughout life. So, in summary, really for us, as we grapple with the profound impact of the megatrends like the digitalization, the green transition, the aging societies, we really must embrace vocational education and training. VET equips us with practical skills aligned with these evolving needs. And it's essential to recognize that where this work is done, increasing enrollment and expanding VET programs, making them more future-ready, is really the way to make them more attractive. And of course, a setting as this one today, bringing us together to discuss this, is really the start for us of a lot of upcoming programs, hopefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And now, as I understand, Mr. Eric Charbonnier from OECD has a short special announcement to make right now. So please welcome on the stage Mr. Eric Charbonnier.
I will just take 2 minutes of your time. I'm lucky I can do a teaser for the workshop of this afternoon, because we will have the official release of Education at a Glance for Latvia this afternoon in room 4. So Education at a Glance is our flagship publication. It's released every year in September. It's more than 100,000 figures covering all the aspects of education, and the main theme this year is vocational education and training. So Elisa has shown you some charts, but we will look at into detail the strengths and weaknesses of vocational education and training. And Elisa have already shown you this slide, and it shows that in many countries there's some benefit for vocational education and training, some better employment perspective, but there's still some challenge. Especially the first challenge is to expand vocational education and training in many countries, because the average is only 30%. And also another challenge that we will discuss this afternoon. Oops, if I can move the slide. Yeah. This is the completion rate of vocational and training, because there's some, I don't know, sorry, there's some problem with vocational and training. The completion rate is really lower for vocational education and training program, 60%, and in many countries this is 70 or more than 70 for general programs. So if you are interested by figures, come this afternoon, and I would like to finish by saying that this publication is made in cooperation with 38 countries in OECD country, and I would like to express my gratitude to all the staff in Latvia from the Ministry of Education, for the statistical offices, and also other institutions that contribute to the success of this publication. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, and see you in room number 4 today. Yes, many networks, many organizations have gathered here today, and we are pleased that also the European Committee of Regions is represented here today at our conference. So we are welcoming on the stage Mr. Csaba Borboli, who is also the president of Harghita County Council in Romania. A round of applause. There he is. Nice to see you. Nice that you have made it here to Latvia. Welcome. Next 10 minutes are yours.
Dear organizers, dear invited guests, dear colleagues, first of all, let me congratulate the organizers for making possible this event. It is very important to have such initiatives as it brings together policymakers, stakeholders to debate issues and challenge on digital skills, initiatives, trends and practices in skills development. Also, thank you for the invitation and for opportunity to be here. I am a president of the Harghita County Council, is one of the regions from Romania, and I am a member of the European Committee of the Regions. This is the institution who represents the regions and cities in the whole of the Europe in the legislative works in the European Union. As a COR member, I carry out the rapporteurship on the education, skills and youth-related subjects. One of the most emphasized strategic priorities is to reduce unemployment among young workforce people through education development. And it is also important to decrease the brain drain phenomenon among the young workforce as well as the migration of skilled labor. Furthermore, I consider that the key competencies and basic skills are needed by all students for personal fulfillment and development, employability, social inclusion. Also, there are gaps at the level of the European public education system, and tools need to be better adapted in order to improve the quality and performance in education. It is important also to point out that there are huge differences between the regions in terms of employment rates. In order to develop an effective education and employment strategy, it is necessary to take into account not only the differences between member states, but also regional differences. Some of these regional disparities are created by the skill gap and mismatch in the EU. We must stand up for the development of education infrastructure in less developed regions. The Committee of the Regions reiterates its demand for a more regional focus in the implementation of the skills agenda and VET policy. At the same time, in local and regional level, policy solution must be adapted accordingly. Policy intervention must be in keeping with the regional context. All of the aspects of skills education, both reskilling and upskilling, digital education is necessary infrastructure, as well as all stakeholders such as universities, companies, institutions need to have a European strategy with an integral approach. Only on this matter is foreseen to see changes in the skills policy implementation on the ground. Moreover, this issue is also a necessity due to the changes in workforce demand as the transition toward a green economy will reach and all member states. On the other hand, out-of-date elements in the education system need to be adapted to the reality. At the COR, we are on the opinion that successful learning that integrates the use of information and communication technology creates an environment in which learners can be better equipped to meet the needs and demands of the current and future labor market. This is also an extremely important issue at local and regional level. Access to open education resources and new technologies should be available to all learners regardless of the level of education, of their socio-economic background, of their geographical location. The development of digital and online materials and of more internationally oriented curricula, together with skills assessment and the development and recognition of non-formal education system, can help in this direction. Both Erasmus Plus and the Horizon programs can support education providers in the development of new education and business models. The social environment and school system should be able to enable to creativity and the ability of young children to assimilate everything new into an interested, open and innovative way of living. In this context, I would like to emphasize also the importance of local and regional authorities in implementing digital skills initiatives in schools. I urge the modification of digital education action plan and the financial instruments in the area of education with policies and measures to support students and youth in less developed regions whose education performance was affected due to the digital divide and the lack of access to appropriate education in several regions. Moreover, it is very important to develop strategies for digital learning in the classroom, to engage and train teachers as key drivers in defining new curricula. Curricula must be adapted to the labor market needs. There should be a coordinated effort between education providers and the industry. Also, it is crucial to reduce the existing digital divide in different geographical and demographic contexts. It is important to involve the local and regional levels because they can help in the linkages on the harmonization between STEM related training system, workforce and jobs, as in the medium to long term the number of jobs in sectors related to STEM will rise significantly. Given the results in STEM subjects at international level, it is worth focusing on introducing STEM at all levels of education. Also, STEM skills should be considered a part of basic skills. Interest in engagement should be increased in STEM subjects among students, particularly among underrepresented groups such as girls and minorities. Also, another important aspect would be the importance of educators in shaping students' digital skills to provide training and professional development opportunities for teachers. So Europe must also continue to embrace new, more adaptive models of learning and education technologies. The last sentences. We must ensure the digital world is rooted in our education system, that we mentor young people, in particular women, and support them on the path towards technology careers. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Borboli. I think that I would like to highlight teachers as drivers of change that cannot be underestimated. They truly are the change makers, and they need to have the pack of skills to give to young professionals. So let's keep that in mind as well as we are continuing and rolling on in our today's program and the presentation section. And we are honored to welcome on the stage the president at ANPAL Servizi, which is the company solely owned by the Italian Ministry of Economy and Finance, overseeing labor policies and employment services in Italy. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Mr. Massimo De Mussi.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm really delighted to be here today. And special thanks to the Latvian government and to Skillman, because it's everything an opportunity to share competence with you. So I bring greetings from my Italian Ministry of Labour Market, Ms. Malina Calderone, and I try to talk about mismatch in Europe with a short view for Italian situation. So. The combination today of rising incomes and evolving needs of individuals in advanced economies on one hand, and the green and digital transition and demographic dividend in developing and emerging economies on the other, require higher skills. Higher skill levels more than what was required in the past, surely. This is why we talk about skill-driven labor market today. This is Giovanni talk about the past, but in this paper, a recent paper made by MIT University, we see the distribution of employment in 1940 and in 2018. So it's compared across various job categories, but this study is focused for US countries, but it's the same for Europe. Innovation transformed the economy in 2018, a remarkable 63% of jobs in newly emerging occupation titles had not even existed in 1940. So many of these jobs, they're resistant to the technology. We can think about jobs in information technology, solar and wind power, engineering, design, installation, or repair and new products, as well as new medical specialties. But not all new works are exclusively within the high-tech jobs. The combination of rising incomes and evolving needs of individual industrialized societies has generated the demand for new types of services requiring higher skill level, more than what was required in the past. So this is the impact of microtrends. This picture suggests that employers expect most of macrotrends to have a net positive effect on employment in the next 5 years. They predict the strongest net job creation effect to be driven by investment, then facilitate the green transition of businesses, followed by the broader application of our environment. Climate change adaptation and demographic dividend in developing and emerging economies also can lead to the creation of new jobs. The impact of technology. The impact of technology adoption on jobs is here investigated, but two technologies are expected to result in a net increase in jobs. Specifically, big data analytics, climate change, and environment management technologies, and encryption and cybersecurity are expected to be the primary drivers of job growth. About Italy, is expected impact of global trends and technology in the next 5 years. This picture analyzes the expected impact in global trends and technology in Italy for the next 5 years. We generally observe that in Italy, investment in green transition is considered the big driver for new jobs, 72% of surveyed companies, followed by the increasing investment in climate change adaptation, 58%. On the other hand, big data analytics and encryption and cybersecurity are expected also the biggest driver of job growth. So new jobs and lost jobs is compared here. AI and machine learning specialists lead the list of fast-growing jobs, followed by sustainability specialists, business intelligence analysts. Jobs are here considered as a proportion of their existing labor force. On the other hand, the fastest declining roles are clerical or secretary roles, such as bank tellers or related clerks, and cashier and ticket clerks, for example. About core skills. Analytical thinking is considered to be a core skill for companies. Creative thinking ranks second, ahead of 3 self-efficacy skills, so like resilience, flexibility, and agility. So about these skills, core skills, I think is a real problem for prevention, so the primary and secondary school in Europe and also in Italy. About skill-oriented workforce strategies, so investing in learning and training on the job and automating process are considered the common workforce strategies which we adopt to improve and achieve their organization business goal in the next 5 years. 82% of the surveyed companies says this. In the skill assessment mechanism, firms will pay much attention to the evaluation to the previous work experience, 71.3% of cases. It's worth noting that more companies report using skill assessment, 47%, and then the completion of a university degrees, 45%. So is a bad picture for me because Italy is the last one, so I don't like it. But the European skill list it's important. So this picture says that we are the last one in skill activation. So it's not good for Italy, and we are trying to make more because it's important to create opportunity, first of all, in skill activation. But about the skill first strategy, so it's important to say, in the last year, more than 45% of hires in LinkedIn, for example, explicitly used skills data to fill their roles, up 12% year over year. Roughly 1 in 5 job postings, 19% in the US no longer requires degrees, up from 15% in 2021. Skill-first strategy can expand the talent pool, democratize access to jobs, and make the labor market and workforce more resilient, improving women and Gen Z, surely, participation, as well as the participation of workers without a bachelor's degree. So this is DESI, so we know the digital economy and society index is important, but despite this index, because Italy is not good, we are in this moment, Italy's growth is the best among the top group in this moment. Just a short view about the population, because there are fewer and fewer children being born in Italy, sure. The share of population aged 15-24 years is one of the lowest across Europe countries, while the share of elderly population 65 plus is growing. In Europe countries, so the median age is 36, I think, and Iceland is 36, but in Italy it's 44, 48, 46 in Portugal, and 46 in Greece, I think. So about participation. An aging population and a low participation rate affect economic growth as well as the welfare state sustainability. GDP growth slows, the burden of social security rises, and with a fewer share of young and prime age workers, innovation declines. In Italy, we observe the lowest employment rate, while Spain has the highest unemployment rate, followed by Greece and Italy. So, for example, time necessary to find the first work experience, the data presented above clearly show the key role played by the skills. However, this seems clear that such skills could be acquired on the job through works. This table shows the time required for the first work experience for young people between the ages of 18 and 35 across various countries. In Italy, only 90% find employment in less than a month, and there is a high percentage of young people with no previous experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Massimo. And lastly, the last presentation before a short break. Speaking of resilient people, we are pleased that this conference, this forum, is attended by our Ukrainian colleagues that have found it possible to join us here today. So I would like you to welcome on the stage the National Qualifications Agency head in Ukraine, Mr. Yuri Balanyuk.
Dear President, dear organizers, participants, thank you very much that you organized a very nice conference, a very good event, and that we are here now. Daria Fedutenko, it's a small girl from Ukraine, from Kharkiv region, that leave our country, and now she is in Riga, in Latvia, and she is here. She is a waiter and bring to our table a coffee and cakes. Thank you, Latvia and all other countries, that you save our people from war in Ukraine. And it's very necessary. The current situation in Ukraine, the war and integration to European Union and NATO are three main issues of our country agenda. Our fight is not only against Russian aggressions, but also of European values. Ukraine now is under attack. Before my trip in 2021, I was here in December. My trip was 2 hours and 20 minutes from Kyiv to Riga by plane. This time, my trip was 26 hours by some trains and then plane from Warsaw. But before my trip, Russians shot 44 missiles at Ukraine, 38 of which were hundreds of Shaheds, and missiles were shot at Ukraine. Ukraine is bravely defended itself on all fronts. It's the fighting for its right to sovereignty and independence. It's not just a words. In her recent view, Washington Post and on other newspapers that European Commission will recommend starting the long-term process for Ukrainians' memberships in European Union. Those Ukraine faces serious tasks and challenges without right to make mistake. We have obligate and we have obligated ourselves to harmonize Ukrainian legislation with European Union norms and directives in a short time, and we are successful doing so. Ukraine is implementing the European course of recommendation of micro-credentials. It applies the European common definition of European Union standards, key principles for the developing and implementation of micro-credentials. Inspiring micro-credentials in Ukraine is a tool of developing and implementation new effective and flexibility approach to formal, non-formal and informal learning. A working group is functions in Ukraine to find the optimal relations between the micro-credential and qualification system in Ukraine, the use of micro-credential in professional education and training system. Personally, I am very pleased that this working group was created in the initiative of National Qualification Agency. The head of it is me. The qualification, there are some projects that we are take part in them, and you see it in the desk. The qualification structure. What is the state of the qualification in Ukraine today? According to the legislation, qualification and qualification into education, nowadays we have such structure: professional qualification and educational qualification. In professional qualification, we have full qualification and partial qualification. We legislate it during the war in 2022 in spring. We understand that we must change during the war, and nothing can stop us. Why we need partial qualification, and our government and parliament understand it, because we can't study long time. We must have short programs everywhere, and where we were and where we can. Because, you know, last winter, a lot of parts in Ukraine were without electricity and without Wi-Fi, without other things, but we think that everything will go okay and we will win. And European Years of Skills. Thank you, Christina. I am a national coordinator of European Years of Skills, and during the war, you know, we organize, it's a public information, 38 partners are in our European Year of Skills in Ukraine, and we organize a lot of projects, meetings, informal, formal educations, and do everything what we can. DIA, it's 3 minutes, okay. And DIA, it's one of the online services to educate people all over the Ukraine, and everyone in the world can use it. And we have another projects that can organize informal education online. During the war, during 2022 and 2023, we organized 44 qualification centers. In these qualification centers, we can improve in 155 professional qualification. And they, nowadays, they give 1,600 certificates. And it's a very necessary map to understand what is the situation is in Ukraine. You see Zaporizhia, Mykolaiv, Odessa. From Zaporizhia till Russian military is nearly 100 kilometers. But in this region, during 2 months ago, we organized 2 qualification centers. What does it mean? It means that people in Ukraine believe in Ukraine and organize business, education in that region that are near abroad with Russian. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Yuri. Thank you for the time you've devoted to us and for the long way here to Riga. Hopefully soon we can travel back and forth to Ukraine in just a matter of hours. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your resiliency as well and for your energy. We've gone through the presentation part of the conference. So right now I would like to announce a 10-minute comfort break. And afterwards, please do return to this hall as we will continue with our 2 panel discussions. Right now, let's return at 12 minutes past 12.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're continuing the forum in 1 minute, so please do gather back in the main room. Dāmas un kungi, atsāksim forumu pēc 1 minūtes, aicinu atgriezties galvenajā zālē. Ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers here in Ogre Technical School, dear viewers online, welcome back. Welcome back to Skillman International Forum 2023. The first part of the forum is behind us, and we heard from many of our network members, many Skillman members, many valuable thoughts and ideas, and I hope that during this coffee break you had the time to network, because this conference is truly about networking and gaining new knowledge through conversation. And I just noted down a few things like which will be interesting to talk in the following discussions, like, for example, how can we develop skills if even we don't know what the future of jobs will actually look like. But the good part is that, as we heard from the representative of the EU, there is money, so I hope that you will find the best use for that and for the skills that will be developed in the future. There are many partners here in Skillman as well. It is a network, and it is a network of networks, actually. It's very happy to see many of the representatives of the different networks here today at Skillman. So what will be happening in the next hour and a half? We're going to have two panel discussions, and those will be somewhat similar but actually different, because the participants definitely will be different and the moderators will be different. I will be moderating the first part, and the second part I will hand over to Professor Urs Hauenstein, who will moderate the panel number 2. Definitely it will be worth the while, because the professionals are here, and you are the ones that are creating the future agenda. So the first panel discussion will be from the perspective of the national level representatives, and the second one will be from the point of view of various stakeholders. So right now, as we see, the stage is set. I will take my place here on this side of the room, and I would like to see if I have my panelists here in the conference hall. So if you do hear your name, please do come up here, and I would like to welcome on the stage from Greece Mr. Athanasios Tsagatakis, representing the Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs as its head of department. A round of applause to Athanasios. Athanasios, yes, here he is. Welcome. Welcome on the stage. Wherever you would like to sit, it's free. Hello.
Hello. Glad to be here.
Next up from Poland, I would like to welcome on the stage Beata Dziemińska-Skawron, who is representing the Polish Ministry of Education and Science from the Department of Strategy. Welcome, Beata. Wherever you wish to sit. Next up, right here from Latvia, Rūta Gintaute-Marihina, representing the Ministry of Education and Science as its Director of VET and Adult Education Department. Welcome. Welcome on the stage. Please do take a seat. Next up from our neighboring country, Lithuania, Joanna Vilimian, representing the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport as its head of Vocational Education Division at the Lifelong Learning Department. Hello, welcome, nice to meet you as well. And if we're traveling in the Baltic states, then I would like to welcome on the stage, representing Estonia, Rita Kask, representing the Ministry of Education and Research, Higher Education as its advisor in the Vocational Education and Training Policy and Lifelong Learning Department. Welcome. The titles keep getting longer and longer. And lastly, from Ukraine, Dr. Oleksiy Oleksiuk, Technical Advisor at GIZ Project Skills for Recovery and Professor at the Kiev National Economic University, named after Vadim Hetman. Welcome. Welcome on the stage as well. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first of two panels. So this first panel is from the perspective of national level. As you can see, there are representatives either from agencies or from ministries, and the second one after that will be from the perspective of stakeholders. But my task here is actually very easy today. You have your microphones beside you. They are turned on, so whenever you're ready, you're welcome to speak. From the organizer point of view, I have only two main questions questions, and then let's see where the discussion will lead. Of course, we're talking about skills today. Many challenges were proposed here in the first presentations that we heard and saw, and I would like to address you in two roles. You yourselves are professionals who are working on skills, and of course you represent your organization here today. But in the two main questions, I would like you somewhat to take yourself out of your organization and talk as a professional. So the first question to you will be as professionals in the field of skills, and as today's conference is about the skills of today and tomorrow, could you share your views on the skills for today and tomorrow? What does it mean to you as a professional? Talk about development. Whoever is ready to speak up first, welcome. You have 2 minutes for this question. Athanasius, yes, please do lead.
Okay, good morning. I'm very glad and I thank you for having me here. My name is Thanos Tsagatakis. You can keep the short one. I'm head of the department linking VET and lifelong learning from the Greek Ministry of Education. I think I am from the last generation who thought that when we started our professional career, that getting a degree or a vocational educational was enough to get us in the labor market until retirement. Well, we all know that this is not the case anymore. On the other hand, since I come from the information technology profession, the rapid changes changing in our profession were very clear to us and very soon. There are many reasons for defining and acquiring new skills in an ever-changing world. I think I won't take too much of your time. I'll just start from the education point of view: adaptability, employability, lifelong learning. We all know all that stuff. That is for education. When it comes to initial vocational education or vocational educational training, and we are talking about employees upskilling and reskilling, this is a part that I feel that we should be we should have a greater discussion. What do I mean? When we think it's important to define new skills from the labor market point of view. On the other hand, the support employees get towards upskilling and reskilling, starting from the financial stability every employee should feel in order to live and not just survive. This is a skill that we shouldn't be talking about, surviving. There are too many measures that can be taken into action. Training and development programs, workshops, courses, mentoring, and coaching, flexible work arrangements, recognition and rewards, technology and tools, employee assistance programs, work-life integration. And finally, I think financial support, I have to insist on that, because when we are talking about upskilling and reskilling, new skills, defining, acquiring, we have to make sure that employees are happy with their work, and that happiness will then show to enterprises. It's very important to have an employee happy, otherwise all definitions, all acquirements won't succeed. That's my main point. Thank you.
Thank you, Athanasius. An emphasis on professionals, on the company putting effort into upskilling. Beata, what do you think about this?
Thank you.
It should be on. Let me see. Yes, it's on.
Okay. Thank you very much also for inviting me to the conference, and I will be happy to present our point of view referring to skills, which is a very important issue. They are skills essential for personal, social, and economic development. And when we approach skills, first we try to define them. The definition basically concentrates on ability to perform certain task, activity and function by correctly performing theoretical and practical, applying theoretical and practical knowledge in action and in compliance with social norms. So skills are a compilation of knowledge and attitude. I think this is the definition that we try to develop for the purpose of understanding the issue itself. And when it comes to categorizing the entire spectrum of skills, they are either concentrating on this knowledge, so basic skills such as understanding and generating information, digital skills, mathematical competences, and multilingualism. So this is knowledge. Professional skills are also concentrating on knowledge acquired in a given sector. And then come the skills which refer to the attitudes. So transversal skills relating to personal and social attitudes and abilities. And I think that the skills of the future are in fact connected and related to those complex skills, transversal skills, development, and they will be in high demand because, as it was said before by our distinguished, other distinguished speakers, we don't know the jobs, the names of the professions, but we at least know what kind of skills we are operating within. So
that's not a problem, not knowing the jobs, as long as you have the skills, right?
Yes, and as long as we expand the skills, develop them, because they are really, well, there is a demand for more and more complex skills in terms of communication, in terms of critical thinking and teamwork, emotional intelligence. So I think this is going to be the future. We have to face and adapt our vocational systems of education, and the key is lifelong learning, definitely, and the collaboration with all stakeholders, especially employers, in anticipating the skills demand and adjusting the VET systems to the requirements of the labor market.
Thank you. Thank you for throwing that in. And speaking of attitude, I want to turn to Alexei, because what we see from the Ukrainian people is their attitude is strong. You're moving forward no matter nothing. That is truly inspiring. So please do speak on the skills from your point of view as a professional.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm pleased to be here, and it's a really pleasure to speak and have discussion on this topic. I'm here like a representative from the German International Cooperation Agency, and we were implemented different projects in Ukraine since 2019, and during this period of time we were involved in different national processes that were took place in Ukraine during this period of time. Regarding the skills and my vision, I would say from the Ukrainian prospects that skills it's always about the people. The people, you mean student, how the skill as a product can fit the long-line strategy of the student. The second point about the teachers. Teachers create the future. If you would like to implement or introduce like global popular concept like circular economy or like energy efficiency, you have to holistically integrate them through the teachers' upskilling courses into the curricula, and that will bring new values in the future. And the third point that it's also about the people, employers, the businessmen who employ these students or skilled workers. And of course, in Ukraine, we definitely saw necessity of the social dialogue, because only communication and negotiation between all parties can create the set of opportunities for the people in all variation, in all roles in this process.
Mm-hmm. Social dialogue is an instrument of change and understanding the future. Very good. Right now in the middle we have 3 ladies from the Baltic states. So let's start with Estonia. Rita.
Thank you. As I represent vocational education area in the Ministry of Education and Research in Estonia, I would like to say a few words what's coming next in vocational education and skills area. It means a lot of work for my colleagues in skills area, and one of them with me here, Sigrid, who can tell you much more than me about the OSCA system renewing. We plan to improve the methodology of monitoring, forecasting and feedback system for manpower and skills needs, and we also plan an innovative skill system to be created, and all the skills descriptions and assessment systems united with OSCA monitoring, forecasting and feedback system, and then it will be the new comprehensive skills and qualification system, OSCUS, what means skill, skills. So, and for vocational education, it means lots of input, skills descriptions by little pieces in curricula, what enables more flexible studies for different target groups of students. And we also plan very much to improve our vocational upper secondary education, namely the general education part of it, to provide students better future studies and employment possibilities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that systemic change. You jumped to my second question, but Richard.
It's, for example, for every people who is employed, very important is self-efficiency skills, also self-motivation, learning skills, and of course self-confidence, resilience, flexibility are of great importance. And of course for everyone, when we work in the different kind of teams, important is cooperation, empathy, management, and also leadership skills are essential. And today's era of change is important, of course, technology skills, especially digital skills are important, and also ability to be open and flexible in developing personal skills. Thank you.
So basically 2 parts. One part you would call more like soft skills for leadership, motivation, self-efficiency, and the second part is more on digital and usage of technology, right?
Yes, because technologies are changing very fast and very rapidly, and at this moment I think very important is soft skills, transversal skills for everyone.
All right. Thank you for that. And traveling south to Lithuania, Joanna.
Yes, hello, thank you. So as you see, concept of skills is very complex. As we can see here today, everybody gives a different answer. What is skills and what's important about them? I see the concept of skills quite like a tree, because we have many different categorizations of it. We have soft skills, we have job-related skills, personal skills, and many layers of it. On one side, we have, like I said, personal skills like soft financial literacy, time management that is important in your life. On the other side, we have job-related skills like digital competences, like data analysis and similar skills. Also, on the concept of skills, we have different ideas about where it comes from, where the demand comes from. I mean, considering job labor market needs, so digital skills comes from labor market demands. Labor market moves so fast that we need to maintain our skills in a digital way. On the other side, we have ethic demands and issues that is important for us as a community, as a nation. That goes together with the green skills and development of the green skills, which the industry is not so up to yet. We need it. We need to develop our green skills, but the industry has to follow our skill needs. So many different categories, but the idea that comes to me is that skills relates to lifelong learning so much. And it's like a root of the tree, lifelong learning. It's to excel, it's to grow, it's to develop for everybody in personal life, in job, in career perspective. So it's very complex and not so easy to answer.
Okay, well, thank you for the first round. So just to round it up, so we're talking about upskilling, which is of course important for professionals. Skills, many different definitions, but one of them is knowledge and attitude, which is important, how we use that knowledge. We're looking at how to incorporate skills in the broad strategy, and one is through upskilling courses. Social dialogue as an instrument, systemic change definitely is needed, and talking more about the skills themselves. Ruta mentioned self-efficiency, motivation, etc., talking about soft skills, and of course the challenges that the evolution of technology brings us, and of course that never ends. Lifelong learning, as was said, is definitely a part of it. The second part of this discussion, I would like to turn to you as the representatives of your organization. You partially, I think, answered those things in the first question, but let's dive deeper into two things. First of all, from your country's and your organization's perspective, when talking about skills, what is the one major achievement from the recent years that you would like to highlight, so that we can learn maybe something new about that? And be honest with us, maybe there is a major challenge when it comes to skills in relation to modern skill development in your country that you are facing, you're working on. Maybe you have a solution that you can share with us how you're working on it. Maybe it's just a challenge right now. It's quite okay. So, Alexei, let's start with you. Two things.
Two things, yeah?
Yeah, 3 minutes for each of you, okay?
3 minutes, okay. Thank you also for this question, because, Ukraine now has a situation where we can definitely understand what we should do now and what will be our future. In this regard, we have a small benefit that we don't need to expect some unpredictable changes in skill development area, because we understand that we have to increase inclusion of our VET system inside Ukraine. Ukraine now faced huge demographic or new demography inside Ukraine, has been established like Asian society and huge migration flows. Also, new vulnerable groups currently are coming inside the educational system, and we have to deal with this. So inclusion really is crucial now for Ukraine. And the other point that the period of time that we have to deal with this is really short, and economic disruption due to the war also pushed us to develop short, modularized and flexible educational offerings, because otherwise nobody can afford to study under the war condition for 1 year or 1.5 years. You have to be as fast as possible and as practical as possible. This variation also increase quality requirement for education in the country. And looking at our GPD, that in 2022 we have like dropped around 30%, and now World Bank forecasts that we will have at least like 1% growth in this year. It means that Ukraine, step by step, stabilize the situation inside the economy, and it means that our recovery that we are foreseeing currently need drastic change in educational system, because all new technologies, all new requirements from European family, they have to be settled on the proper workforces. It's impossible to implement any new technologies or fit any requirement without like well-prepared workforce. In this regard, in our project, we always try to address on these like key issues, and during EU for Skills, we deal with regional prospects and national prospects. We supported a lot of people around Ukraine, and when the war started, the key task of the project was to keep the system resilience. We supported TVET schools with a lot of energy equipment and upskilling courses for teachers how to deal with psychological support, because it's difficult to explain, but when I hope that you will not get this experience, how to teach young children under the shelling, or before or after. It's always quite like challenging task for any teacher. And of course, when the blackout were in Ukraine so massive, the question how to deal with the blended learning when the security situation was not sufficient. In this regard, like the first task was to keep the system resilient and try to adjust as much as possible. And for the future, of course, now we are starting support. The next project started from July 2023, Skills for Recovery, develop and design in such manner that create a new future for Ukraine, because like we are targeting on the adult education, on the vulnerable groups, among them, by the way, like task returnee, how to recognize international qualification in Ukraine, how to benefit as a state from the people who are abroad now. The other point that we try to find a way how to return people from the military forces to the civil life, how to recognize military qualification into civil area. And all these issues, they designed in the manner that like separate component employment, or how to facilitate career counseling inside the country where nobody can predict stability in the future. How to support people who are already affected by the war. In Ukraine, we sometimes say that almost our population now are affected of the war. So the question how to deal with this and how to still survive and find a way to create a job places, because like relocation of businesses from the eastern part to the western, and IDPs inside Ukraine, they like roughly estimated number of IDPs, internally displaced person, around 30% of total population. And if we take into account also external migration, and if we take into account economic shift, damages and destroyed infrastructure, totally that is like a really good case how to find how to make the system as flexible as possible, and how to deal with risks that may be not so sharp for all other countries, but we can share this experience with you in the future. So,
Thank you for sharing this with us. Definitely hard to answer just one challenge when each day is a challenge for you. So strength to you and your colleagues in Ukraine. I hope that during this forum you also find new partnerships and new ideas how to grow forward. Thank you for sharing with that. Beata, let's travel to you, neighboring country of Ukraine. The question was, one thing that you are really proud of in the recent years when it comes to skills, and maybe one big challenge that you are working on.
On the success side, I think a very important thing is the development of integrated skills strategy. This is this is a document, a policy, national policy for skills development, in line with the concept of lifelong learning. So the strategy puts the framework for skills development needed to strengthen social capital, social inclusion, to acquire good quality of life. It covers all areas of education, general education and vocational education, initial, continuous and higher education. Higher education is very important because it opens the door to innovation on a wider scale. So this is the kind of source of innovation in vocational system, when we can adopt the system, adopt the teaching content to the requirements of this modern technology. So the strategy also covers, approaches the demand side, so focuses on the skills that are in high demand, and also the supply side. So it's important to see what are the resources within the society, what is the availability of skills within the society to take the most of it, to take the advantage of it. And also it puts the guidelines for coordination and monitoring the implementation of the objectives. So it's a kind of top to bottom approach. And now the strategy is being implemented in the regions. There are teams of coordinators who are in charge of reporting how it proceeds. So the whole system is now starting to work, the implementation of the integrated skills strategy. But we also developed the strategy of improving the relevance of VET. That's something that's very important on the school level and the system level as well. So we strengthen the participation of sectoral organizations in the improvement and development of VET system, because it has to be updated, it has to be efficient, accurate and high quality. So we need to collaborate with social partners, with representatives of employers on the national level and also on this local level. So the cooperation between schools and local employers, just to trace the demand of for qualifications which are required on the local work environment. Now, as for the challenges, I have to say that sometimes acquisition of social partners and employers to cooperate with education may be a challenge, because sometimes the employers, there is a barrier. The barrier is that there is still the failure to recognize the benefits of this cooperation, sometimes on the employer side, but sometimes also on the side of the VET providers and the institutions responsible for the development of skills, because it is an investment on both sides, from the employer side and the VET provider side. It is a kind of investment, the cooperation. So we want to encourage the cooperation. We develop some incentives some tools to build the partnerships. So, for example, the sectoral skills centers are a big initiative that is, in fact, designed to force this cooperation, or maybe to encourage this cooperation between business and education in all sectors of industry. And we hope that this will be the solution to the challenge.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. Rita, what about Estonia? A thing you're proud of and a challenge you're facing?
I think we can really be proud of the holistic, well-functioning qualification system connected with education area. So it means tight cooperation between world of work and education. In vocational education and training, it reflects both in curricula designing process, where input is coming from professional standards and directly from enterprises' needs, and the other hand, quality assurance process where entrepreneurs are directly involved as assessors of quality. And it's country-wise quality assurance process carried on regularly. So I think this cooperation is very valuable. And about challenges, I already mentioned in my previous talk. So we just try to improve it and develop our OSCA system to the next level that helps people to find more possibilities for career and learning process and working places to find. So OSCUS is our challenge.
Right, thank you for sharing that with us. Ruta, what about Latvia?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to say that Latvia can be proud of the reform of vocational education curricula, which we implemented in the last decade, and we have implemented, of course, this modular approach based on learning outcomes, and also, in one hand, we create methodological work in our vocational education institutions. But in other hands, it's also a challenge for us to make vocational education curricula sustainable. And we also make cooperation mechanisms with employers, and it is very important to bring closer our curricula to growing needs of the labor market and new technologies. And at this moment, our legislation allows and establish a flexible approach. That means opportunity to learn separate modules, qualification parts, also learn skills faster, and especially skills which is important for the labor market. And also we have possibility to resume studies at later stages. But we also can be proud for adult participation in education, which has increased in recent years, and at this moment almost 10% adults involved in adult education activities, but in 2020 it was only 6.6%. And our recent, I think, what we can be proud, it's an individual learning account initiative, which will provide an opportunity for every employee to improve digital skills, and it's a big challenge make together social responsible system for everyone for improve skills and improve and to be competitive in labor market. Thank you.
For that, let's travel to Lithuania.
Thank you. We have more disadvantages than advantages, of course, but let's start from the positive. We are great in the level of educated adults in Lithuania. We are the best in European Union with this level. It's 89% of adults that have higher or at least general education. But of course, we lack of general education students who seek to gain profession in VET institutions. We only have 23% in that, so we are quite low. As well as Ruta mentioned, our adults do not participate in adult education every year. That's also a problem. 77% of our companies say that they cannot find workers or employees that has relevant skills for the job position, and etc., etc. The problem, there is a lot of problems, but we have three areas where we are working on. First of all, we work on career guidance from the first grade for every student, the opportunity to get career guidance in every school. Secondly, we invest in vocational education in the schools, in infrastructure, apprenticeship, in modular training, in teacher training. We have, for the upcoming 5 years, we have more than 60 million of investments in such a small country. And of course, individual learning accounts. We start with this initiative, and we plan to teach, to participate more than 130,000 people in this program in upcoming years. So this is three directions that we are going on, and we hope to challenge those challenges.
Thank you, Joanna, for that. We can see some similarities among the answers. Athanasis, please conclude this round of challenges and things to be proud of.
Well, we have the same problems. So I'll make my point on the rest of it. Greece's approach on skills involves two ministries, as you can understand from my first point of talking. We have the Ministry of Education, which is a fairly new law. It was enacted back in 2020. The above law set up for the first time in Greece the terminology that is concerning both VET and lifelong learning. Is clearly referred to skills as components of learning outcomes, along with knowledge and capabilities, making skills part of the holistic approach of the complete qualification for IVET. The new law introduced a new governance, a strong governance that will support vocational education. We have for the first time, by the law, the active participation of all social partners, from the governance up to writing the curricula. The qualification levels and the professional qualifications per vocational specialty based on occupational profiles and leading, if required, professional rights. That's what came with our new law. I could describe this law as a success. The challenge of this law, I think, is a typical challenge. How to transfer a law into procedures and everyday life in vocational education training and in schools in general. On the other hand, we have a new law from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. It's the ministry that deals with upskilling, reskilling of unemployed or employed. The main attempt was to upgrade the skills of the country's human capital, strengthen the skills match between the labor force and the labor market, and creating new rules and guidelines for continuous vocational training, in particular for EU confident projects, taking into account individual learning accounts, European policies, and the Recovery and Resilience Fund. So we are making progress. I have to say that this progress is not shown yet, but I feel we are in the right path. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us here today. I hope that we have gained some valuable knowledge and insights that you can continue building on in the networking part in between the panels and also later in workshops. So I would like to thank you all for preparing for this and being honest and also being proud of the things that you are doing good, because we can't just forget about them, right? In all amongst the challenges, they are large, but each one of you and your country's organizations are doing great things to work on the skills. So let's have a great round of applause to the first panel speakers, Alexei, Rita, Ruda, Joanna, Athanasis, and Beata. Thank you very much for your participation. And right now, let's free up the stage for panel number 2. And while the speakers are leaving the stage and receiving wonderful thank you gifts from the organizers, I would like to welcome on the stage the panel number 2 moderator, who will moderate and bring clearance from a different perspective. And I would like to welcome on the stage the President of the International Council for Education and Management, Professor Urs Hauenstein. Urs, nice to see you here on the stage. Please well done. Do take a seat, whichever one you want, and I will help you and ask here on the stage the speakers for this panel. And please, if you hear your name, please do come to the stage. First of all, the Managing Director of Spielmann Consulting from Germany, Mrs. Lena Shabib. Hello. Welcome to Skillman, welcome to panel number 2. Next up, Director of International Cooperation and Development at the Public Administration Academy of the Republic of Armenia, Mrs. Teresa Kechoyan. Teresa, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Welcome on the stage. Please do take a seat. Next up, Principal Education Specialist of Human and Social Development Sector Group at Asia Development Bank, Mrs. Shanti Jagannathan. Shanti, are you here?
She will be online.
She should be online.
She will be online.
She will be online. Shanti, if you can hear us, please do say hello.
Yes. Hi, I've got my video on in case you can see me.
Thank you, thank you. We can hear you. Probably we can turn up the sound a little bit more so Urs can talk to you. Next up, let's welcome on the stage member of the International Board in charge of China Council at Skillman, Mrs. Cloud Bai Yun. Welcome, welcome on this stage. Next up, let's welcome Professor of Education at the Education University of Hong Kong and Director of the UN EVOC Center, Mrs. Margarita Pavlova. Margarita, welcome. Welcome. And last but not least, President of International Vocational Education and Training Association, Mr. Julian Ng. Welcome, Julian. The last seat is yours. Urs, take it away.
Many thanks. I'm sitting here. Julian, can you sit here, please? Okay.
That's okay. It's all...
Huh? Really? Yes, but otherwise I'm eaten.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so I will a little bit change the setting, that you have a very other possibility as well to see these high-level experts we are getting here. And I'm very honored that we have such interesting persons coming and traveling to Latvia. And I say what I want to like from you now. So please give me in around, I say, 5 minutes, a brief up about the expert field where you are from. So I want to hear a little bit about the expert field internationally where you're working in. And then please describe as well in this presentation about the future, of course, how you see this field. And don't forget, otherwise I will ask you, so I maybe interrupt you in your presentation, but I want to hear as well about the problems. It's not an easy go to the future. And please show us as well about the expected problems and about the impact that should maybe or could maybe create. I repeat again. Describe, please, your expert fields. Show to the future in this expert fields. Say us a bit about the problems and about a possible or wished impact for the future. And I want to start with Lina. I'm going through the row of the program. If you could start, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation and the wonderful Latvian hospitality today. So my name is Lina Shabir. Originally I'm from Lebanon, but I'm working now out of Berlin, Germany, and we are a consultancy firm specialized in education, working internationally, doing multiple things. So I'm just setting the context of the background. When we decided to bring this consultancy together was to become more of a bridge, which is today around networking. As a consultancy, we also wanted to be a bridge between general skills and specialized education expertise. I think there's a bit of an echo. Is it okay? Is it better like this? Yeah. Okay. And to bridge the gap between, capacity building and empowering the institutions or the regulators as well, and bringing more tailored solutions to the context where all the education institutions and regulators are working. So this is kind of, so we have been working a lot on transformational projects in countries around the world that are going through transitions. A lot of my work has been in the Middle East, but also Central Asia and a bit of South America. And in terms of skills development, it's quite broad and diverse, and it's hard to just speak from one perspective about it. But in terms of the future, what I am seeing for that is that I think there's more self-empowerment, whether it was around for the students or for the teachers, and a more going back to the roots of and fundamentals of education, I would say. People are the owners of their paths and their career paths, and we should keep that in mind when we are creating the future. And especially with the coming generation, again, coming from the Middle East, the majority of us are young. So we don't have the aging problem, as we have the youth, dealing with the youth and giving them what they want, listening to them. And that's why I say they need to be heard and they need to be more self-empowered. And in most cases, they are coming with much more knowledge. They have access to things we didn't have before in the past. And I think the most important skill would be I'll borrow it from the artistic side, curation of everything. So how are we allowing the students to curate all of this portfolio of skills that we are telling them you have to build? We don't want it to just be something that we put in a shelf or a digital portfolio, I guess, in the future. How are we helping them curate everything they're learning and apply it in different contexts, in different situations, And this is what I see will be the challenge for the future. It's like a human ChatGPT. You have all of the information, but how will you put it together, adding your human touch to it? So this is what I see the future. It's more towards human liberation, I would say. With using technology, you're able to do more things, focus on the more interesting things. And I don't think we should know it all, but how can we bring it when we need it? How can we use it where we need it? And how can we keep the collaborative work around it? What the third question was about, the challenge?
The impact.
Impact. I think the impact of skills.
Yeah, the impact of your expertise field for the future. What is needed, where you can see an impact, and what we are changing with this.
I think the impact is to have more mobilizers, more catalysts, more middle people. I don't know, I don't want to call them middle, but we have a lot of the general, the expertise, but again, it's around the bridges. So the middle people are the ones that are usually misunderstood. Like, oh, where do you fit in the system, you know? But we need them because they're able to bring all of these skills and projects and people together, cross-sector, cross-culture, cross-generation. And this is the impact. I think also, you know, I'm happy to see that all of the future is about being cross-something. But as a consultant, from my personal experience, you know, the joke is, you know, a master of all is a master of none. But I think they are the curators of all. They're the people who are able to bring it together. And this is the future of education and the impact we will have.
Many thanks. I explain why I'm speaking about impact. Within the Bologna process, that means since 2000, we have developed a new field of outcomes, from the content to the outcomes. Now, we are in the situation that we want to look to the future, and we want to have a good future, not only a future. That means now we have the chance to do more than only change management, real transformation for the future. And I, as a professor, would speak about metamorphosis of this change. And therefore, I think it is important that we are planning that and that we are looking to a future which we want to impact and to make the world a bit better, you know. So, Teresa, what do you think? How you see this from your region?
I'm from Armenia. Thank you very much for inviting me to this international forum and giving this opportunity to share my experience. I'm from the Public Administration Academy of the Republic of Armenia. I'm the Director for International Cooperation and Development. At the same time, I'm a professor, associate professor of the Chair of Public Administration. I'm an economist. I'm teaching cost-benefit analysis, business planning, and time management. The mission of my academy is to educate for the future policy makers and decision makers, future public administrators. And we are trying to do our best with the support of different international organizations. It is my job, and I'm a coordinator of several projects. We are working with CIDA, Canadian International Development Agency, the World Bank, OSI, European Commission, Erasmus Plus program, capacity building for higher education, also Jean Monnet activity. Currently, we are doing a project with South Korea. This is connected with our subject on women entrepreneurship. How to enhance women skills and knowledge in entrepreneurial activity, in entrepreneurial skills and activities. Our partner in Korea is United Nations Economic and Social Commission Asia and Pacific Center for Information and Communication Technologies. So within this project, we developed 5 modules in 3 tracks. So the first one is core enabling core content, women empowerment, and also enabling the role of ICT for women. And second track is entrepreneurship for women. ICT, business planning using ICT, and business management using ICT. And the third track is for policymakers, enabling environment for business, women entrepreneurship for policymakers. So now we finished, and I reviewed these modules 3 times each module. It was a very hard work, but I have to say that we got a good result, and we have trained in Armenia women entrepreneurs and those who want to start a business, women. At first we organized some TOT, training of trainers, to have more trainers who will be able to teach these 5 modules to Armenian women entrepreneurs. And then we are doing these trainings for women. So regarding the impact of this project is enhancing women self-confidence and their role in the family, not only as a child caring responsibilities, but also earning money and become more educated and more confident in business.
And when you are now looking to the future?
More competitive in the business in market.
Yeah. And when you are now looking, that's great, and I like that. And I saw this big expertship you are having, where you can see now in your expert field the future.
Can you explain the question?
Well, yeah, I think what you said is that what you're doing now since years, and I like that.
Yes.
And how, when you should look to the future, where you can see there are changes, or what is changing in your expert field?
Each project aims to have some positive changes in the life, in the practice. So this is, as this project is for the women entrepreneurs, we anticipate, and we see just some seeds of the project result, that more and more women are interested in trainings, in getting these skills and knowledge, and to start their own businesses.
And I saw that today here in the conference. I was astonished to see so many high-class women in important positions, and I like it much. But I was astonished. I didn't expect it that. And so I think women entrepreneurship, women leadership, women executive activity will be maybe bigger in the future. What do you think?
I think so. You're right.
And where are the problems? Are the problems that we have to convince the men for that?
The problem for that? The main problem is just, I think, psychological aspect.
Yeah, I understand, and I think we all understand. Give me an applause for this. Very good. Many thanks, Teresa. Very interesting. And I want to go now around the world. I think to Manila. Shanti, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. We are working over distance since years together, and I want to hear now from you as well. Give me an information about your activity and your field of expertise, and about your thoughts to the future and where you are expecting problems on this way to the future.
Thank you, Chair, and hello everyone. I'm happy to join this forum virtually. Thanks for the invitation. I'm happy to join nearly 10,000 kilometers away from where you are right now. I'm a principal education specialist. My name is Shanti Jagannathan. I work for Asian Development Bank. It's a regional bank working with a number of government entities in the Asia and the Pacific region in a number of sectors. I work in the education sector. And as part of the education sector, we have operations across the whole ecosystem, starting from K-12 to TVET and to higher education. TVET has traditionally been a very strong component of our education operations, more than a third of our operations in the region. If I just total up our ongoing projects and programs in the region, the Asia Pacific region, they are in the education sector, they are valued at about 6.6 billion. About a third of that, or a little over 2 billion, has been allocated to improve the quality, relevance, and the impact of technical and vocational education and training and skills development. Much of what we do is to really enhance access to education and skills development opportunities, particularly focusing on vulnerable groups, people from disadvantaged communities, from remote locations, women, youth with disabilities, and with all kinds of disadvantages, including access to training, skills development, and skills for jobs is one of the biggest kind of outcomes we like to see in our program. And we have programs across 20 to 24 countries in the region. Much of what we do is to build competitiveness in specific sectors through investing in skills development, and also in recent years to help countries to move up the value chain in terms of being able to offer higher order technical training, including at tertiary level. So we've supported investments in actually developing a greenfield skills university, and have also invested extensively in polytechnics and so on. Some of the objectives we really pursue are that there is greater employment, greater employability, there are improved job placements, closer collaboration with the private sector, and to be able to invest in the skills needed for specific sectors in the private field, important for economic growth. So we look at employment-intensive growth, but in industries that matter for the overall economic growth as well. We look at accessing skills for jobs in these particular areas of high growth and high importance for economies. Talking about challenges, I think what the region experiences is that there's a strong mismatch between skills and jobs. So on the one hand, you have a dual problem in the sense you have people looking to employ people with skills that do not exist, and training institutions are developing people with skills that seemingly are not relevant for the market. So there's a mismatch between training institutions and the market. So some of our recent studies have also amplified this particular challenge that we need to address. The other challenges are high youth unemployment in most of the developing countries that we work in. Youth unemployment tends to be much higher than average unemployment. And access to skills that lead to quality jobs is a challenge. A high proportion of the labor force in the developing countries that we work in happen to be in informal sectors. So we really want to kind of invest in skills to help them to move from informal, low-paid, and vulnerable occupations to formal jobs with social security and benefits. So going forward, we see that investing in skills alone will not be enough to assure long-term returns and gains for the workforce. We also need to strengthen our labor market policies, active labor market policies that help to translate the investment made in skills into positive labor market outcomes for all, but particularly for vulnerable groups, including women. We want to see women being able to access skills that will help them also access higher quality jobs, particularly skills in digital occupations. A series of studies that we did on the implications of the fourth industrial revolution in about 7-8 countries showed that women are at a disadvantage in being able to access jobs in workplaces that are transiting to the fourth industrial revolution workplaces or driven by technology. The digital transformation is occurring at great speed, even in developing countries, therefore calling for more investment in that area. We did a joint study with LinkedIn to also map the sort of emerging issues in sectors like smart cities, green economies, e-learning. So we find that there's need to do more for women. There's also need to invest more and more in advanced digital skills that are in tune with the changing nature of time.
I like this, what you're saying, and how you're pointing to the possible changes in the future as well in the work field and in the markets. Where do you see the problems which we will go through?
Some of the problems I just outlined to you, which is the skills and jobs mismatches, the fact that training institutions are not very much in alignment with what the market needs or what the employers need, great inequity in access to training and quality jobs, and also limited access to training and skills development in higher order technology-driven occupations. Because if the base level, foundational levels are not strong, being able to invest in skills development for STEM-related occupations are going to be challenged. So some of that we need to really, see a way to upgrade the foundational training and the foundational level of the workforce in the developing countries that we work in. We also would like to see the challenge of investing more closely in sectors that matter for the future, that match with the economic aspirations of the country. We also see a need to look at on the social side, investing in things like skills for the care economy and so on that brought to the fore to COVID.
Very many thanks, Shanti, and very many thanks that you came on board from the other side of the world. But I think it is important as well that we have people here in the expert field with her expertise about the markets of the future, because we are, as we heard, we are looking and going in that direction, and we are developing the skills for the future to the markets and to the workforce, of course. I want to go over to Dr. Claude Bayoun. Claude, can you please go through the same route I described? Take it and speak.
Can you hear me? No. Is it on? Is it on now? Hello? Yes. Oh, this is better. Hello, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. My name's Claude Bayoun. Can I just say I was given the name of Cloud years before cloud technology came into our lives, and it's quite important. Just for your information, I'm the chief advisor to the UK ENIC since Brexit. UK ENIC previously was the UK NARIC until 2021. In terms of what we do, what I do, I have to say I liked Giovanni's comments this morning when he said his parents don't understand what he does. My mama is the same. However, I overheard her saying to neighbors when they asked, so what exactly does she do, her daughter? She said, I don't know, but she's doing something with the qualifications, and I think she's very big with that as well. And I thought, Mama, you're quite right. Pretty spot on. So that's what we do as the agency. UK ENIC NARIC is the UK's designated agency representing the United Kingdom, forming part of the ENIC NARIC networks. As some of you probably are aware, ENIC NARIC is one of the largest networks of information providers in the recognition of the international qualifications. So that's what we do. We recognize, compare, and benchmark international qualifications from over 196 countries and overseas territories. That's what we do. And we publish information on the education training systems, as well as titles, qualifications produced by each of the systems. So that's what we do. And with that, you probably have deduced our experience, expertise, and our contributions to the world. Now, quickly coming to your second question, URSS was very keen to identify problems. But rather than talking about problems, which we have many, I'd like to answer your question from a slightly different perspective, particularly based on our very recent experience. Very recently, we just completed a major field trip to China and India, and the findings from this trip were most helpful indeed.
I have to add that our friend Giovanni was with Cloud on the China trip, or of one part
yes.
of the China trip.
Yes, it was brutal, wasn't it? So very quickly coming to mind, and based on the observations from the recent trips, was the following. The first one is the integration of business and education. It's nothing new here. I think Europe, and particularly Baltic states, have been doing fairly well in this aspect. However, the integration of industries and education is pressing, particularly in the post-COVID era. Now, why is it important for the industry and TVET educational community? Because we now need to urgently work together to identify the changed, and the emerging new occupations, professions, so that we can together rework occupational standards, making sure they are reflected in the new curricula, in the way we teach, in the way we train people. So that's very important. And furthermore, the work we do together would then need to be cascaded down to reach much wider community of the world. I don't have to repeat this. As you all know, the world is developing at different pace. So we need to recognize common features, but localize them to move the world forward. And the second thing, I think, again, not to answer your question directly, it's the reconnection. I note and appreciate Skillman, SIF 23's theme, it's about networking potential. I think this is very timely. We need to reconnect ourselves with the marketplace, with industries, And we need to do a little bit more than that, because it's not just about shaking hands properly and being reconnected again. It's about us working together to reconfigure world resources in skills, and together we can then develop adequate, skilled workforce for the world and the future. And connecting these two together, I can't emphasize enough how important it is for us to be reconnected with the real world and take a critical look of what we do and move the world with us forward. Does that sound?
Sounds great.
Answered your questions?
Yeah, of
okay,
course.
Thank you.
And I like as well, of course, that you has given the questions to you which are important for you. So I think we are deciding the priorities for the future. And when we are deciding the priorities, we then as well has to make the needed effectiveness for a good future. So, Julian, did I have, oh, Margarita. Sorry.
That's okay. And I want to start my sharing with a very short 10-second video, if you can put it on the screen.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues and members of Skillman community. The theme of today's panel is skills for the future and the role of networks in their development. My contribution will focus on digital and green transformation and why we need to work together for this cause. This welcome message is an example of generative AI aimed at convincing us of the importance of these transformations. I'd like to start with Bourdieu's theory, which provides a context for the role networks play in a person's life.
Yeah, so what do you think? I think it's wonderful. Artificial intelligence can make you look beautiful, can allow you to select a perfect accent. You also can choose the tone, so you can design
I know the smile of beautiful AI woman, so I saw that.
Okay. So, and this is an introduction to the area of my interest and my expertise, which is digital and green transformation. And today I was so fortunate because at the beginning of the day so many people mentioned this as a very important themes for us to address. So, but I guess I'm here as a member of UNESCO UNIVOC network. So it is an additional network working at the same issues as a Skillsman. And I think that I introduced here the Bourdieu theory. And he was talking on the social structures of society and how important different capital is for our existence. And one of the capital is a social capital. And social capital depends on the groups we belong to. And what we can get from these groups depend on the volume, how many people are involved, and also on the quality of each individual that belongs to this group. So I think that it is very, very relevant to the theme of our forum today, because we are talking about the networks and how they can contribute to solving problems that we are facing today and probably will face in the future. So I think that our social networking is really a tool, because you suggest for us to look in the future and what can we do. And I just want to provide a number of examples from the different network and how it works and why it has been so successful. So it is UNESCO UNIVOC network. It has a center in Bonn, but it also have UNIVOC centers around the whole world. And we are also structured in different clusters. So we have a cluster in Asia, and we have meetings. Also, we have initiatives from the center and initiatives from the individual UNIVOC centers. We have very close links between different members, and we're working on different topics. And what is also interesting that we have different type of membership, so it can be a research center, or it can be vocational education institution, or the ministry. And I think that this diversity brings the richness into our network. So we have been working on the topic of greening, of course, for a long time, and now I'm going back to 2010 maybe, when we start really focusing on that area. And he also asked us to reflect on the problems. So the problems changed as the time passed. Because when we start at the beginning, basically no one knows what do we mean by greening, vocational education, what do we mean by green skills, green jobs. Actually, we did a study with the Asian Development Bank, and Shanti was involved, and we are looking what's happening in the region in terms of greening, and then it was what is greening. So now the problems are totally different, because people understand what do we mean by greening, but they want to have practical tools and approaches how we can actually tackle the problems that relates to that. And actually last week it was a gathering in Bonn, and UNIVOC members who are focusing on greening were there and were sharing experiences, and I think that was really, really nice, similar to what's happening here today. And just one example, I think that it is really important to improve the capacity of teachers to deliver that. And we have been doing this capacity development for a number of years, and one of the recent projects was across 7 UNIVOC centers, and we led it, and we had partners from Saudi Arabia, Philippines, Mongolia, China, Nigeria. And so we actually trying to do this online, but we also have coordinators on the ground, so altogether it works really well. We trained 166 person through this, and now we will have a webinar to see what sort of impact we have, because we ask them to develop resources that are relevant for their context, because of course every country is different, and the level of greening is also different in each country. So on the 11th of October, we will have a webinar where the members will share what they have been doing, how they changed their curriculum, for example, and also what is important, how to change pedagogy. Because when we are talking about skills for the future, again, it has been told so many times that they're sort of a set of skills, but we don't know exactly what skills do we need to train. So that's why it is important to look at these foundational skills, technical skills, and in terms of greening, I believe it is really important to talk about generic green skills that are in the foundation of all training, all learning for students, teachers, and communities also. And these generic green skills, they just provide you understanding of what do we mean by greening processes and how people can contribute towards that. And also the basis of all this is awareness and a positive attitude towards sustainability. And as Giovanni said today, Sustainable Development Goals is our vision. This is what we would like to develop in our students. And this generic green skills actually helps people to achieve that. And I noticed that this is 5-minute warning, so probably I should stop unless you want me to say something more.
No, I'm happy already because you have given us a huge flowery bouquet from UNIVOC, and I like that you said that the problems are changing permanently. I am sitting on the table with people from Ukraine, and a colleague said there, first COVID-19 was coming, and then the Russian aggressors. So what is coming next, he said. So it's very interesting. But next is at the moment Julian coming. Please, Julian, explain where you are from and go through the questions.
Thank you, Urs, for inviting me to this conversation. As some of you already know, my name is Julian. I am the president of the International Vocational Education and Training Association, or IVETA. And As Professor Hauenstein likes to do it, so will I. This time, I will try and disrupt this conversation and invite you all to rethink your narratives. So what I decided to do really was to look at the key themes of this conference, and I'd like to address these themes. And the first theme is micro-credentials. Let's not kid ourselves that this is some new, amazing thing that has just been invented. This has been going on for centuries, okay? Particularly in my field, vocational education and training, because people have been training everybody bit by bit in all manners of ways. They just didn't formalize it with a particular name called micro-credentials. Still, I am pleased that higher education institutions and governments are taking this more seriously now and seeing the value that there is value in learning, no matter how informal, non-formal, or incidental. So therefore, I'm pleased that there are now different standards and frameworks coming out, which will hopefully give us a way forward. But by the same token, I would invite you all to rethink the concept of degrees, because inherently they were all academic in nature. Are we trying to basically stuff a completely different engine into a traditional car chassis and still call it a degree, when actually maybe we need to disrupt the way we look at degrees or learning in general? Now let's look at green and digital transitions. I mean, topics du jour, as we know. We can't affect it because it is being rammed down our throats by the media and by governments. Yes, we know it's important, but how can we effect change if we don't change our own paradigms about it, if we don't change our own behaviors about this? And this starts with education, because as we all know, education is a change in behavior. So once we change the mindset and we understand the significance of this, then hopefully we can lead to a change in innovation and talking about innovation and entrepreneurship, which is the next point. Well, in terms of vocational education and training, what is really the most important element? If I ask you, what does an engineer do? Don't say an engineer engineers. Well, actually, why does he engineer? He engineers because he wants to solve a problem. And therefore, problem solving is one of the key mindsets we need to have. And that's what education should be doing, helping us to problem solve. And that drives innovation. And somebody put up a slide earlier on about artificial intelligence. There's no need to fear it, only to fear that we are going to not promote our natural intelligence because it is useless, or it cannot be optimally used without natural intelligence. Social inclusion and networking. Okay, well, we all know the world is becoming more and more diverse, and we're not just talking about all the usual things like age, gender, diversity. We are starting younger, we're living longer. We really need to inclusify education, and that also means we need to increase access to education for everybody involved. And maybe we also need to work together to co-create the knowledge and the world that we want to live in. As Esmu Tikpati sings.
Many thanks. And I have artists there. I think I'm a businessman from Switzerland, and we're looking to our time quality, of course, and I think we still have 1 minute. So at beginning he tried to kill me, you know, but now we still have 1 minute. You have seen how people has worked for us and for our panel 2 together, and I'm very grateful that you were here in this panel and you have given so many important ideas and goals and as well mentioned problems where we has to go through to come, and I want to repeat that we can go to a good future. And Skillman is one of the managers of this, because we are the network of the networks. Many thanks.
Gifts also from organizers to Urs, Lina, Teresa, Shanti, Claude, Margarita, and Julian. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you very much for panel number 2. We're concluding our panel discussions right now here at Skillman, and we are moving on. We're moving on. The next big thing, after lunch of course, is the separate workshop sessions. And we would like to hear more about them, and I would like to welcome here one of the, I would call her a flagman ship, one of the leading forces here at Skillman here in Latvia, ladies and gentlemen, from the Ministry of Education and Science, Ilze Buligina. We're going to get you a microphone, and we're going to hear more about the info sessions that will follow. Yes, a round of applause. She deserves it.
Dear colleagues, on behalf of our ministry team, I would like to sincerely thank you all for coming to our conference. But I'm here just for these 5-7 minutes to make some announcements regarding the working groups, which we will have straight after the lunch. My first announcement concerns the moderators of the working groups. I would like to ask you all moderators and also co-moderators we have, just after the family photo we will have right now, just after the family photo, to convene here for some 5 minutes short instruction regarding the working groups, after the family photo. Then the second announcement concerns registering for the working groups, because thank you very much, many of you did the registration on the Skillman platform, but there are quite a lot of people who did not manage to do it. Now our request is right after the family photo, before the lunch, in the main lobby there is a wall with papers stick to it where you can still register for the working groups or ask somebody to help you, but please do it, because otherwise it's difficult for us to distribute people for the working groups. And the third announcement concerns the very working groups themselves. And once you are registered, it doesn't mean that you have to stay in that working group for 90 minutes. Because the whole session is 90 minutes for the working groups, but since our conference is about networking and discussions, we have arranged the working group format in a way that all of you can visit not only one working group, but even 2, even 3, and even 4, and even more. And for this reason, I'll shortly explain about the 3 types of working groups we are having, so that you can make a conscious choice, not only for the first part, but also for the subsequent choices. So the first 5 working groups, 1 to 5, are the so-called thematic working groups. It means that in these 1 to 5 working groups, you will be discussing the same topic throughout the 90 minutes. For example, the first one is about quality, the second about teachers, etc. But that doesn't mean that you have to stay in that group, because for the first 45 minutes, we call it closed doors. It will be presentations, discussions. After the first 45 minutes, the doors are open in most of the workshops, because they will be in one long corridor and rooms situated one against each other. And after these first 45 minutes, you can either stay in the same room and continue discussion, or move to any other workshop that has doors open. It means you can visit after these first 45 minutes, you can visit 1, 2, 3, how many working groups you wish. You get into the discussion because the moderators will ensure that for the newcomers information will be provided what has been discussed in the first 45 minutes. That is about the work groups 1 to 5. Then work group 6 is very special Skillman type working group. We've never had it in Latvia. You call it group pitches, and through Giovanni's kind assistance in this work group number 6, there will be a lot of kind of competitive presentations, because in the Skillman platform there was competition for contributions, and the Skillman team was choosing who are invited to present. It will be a lot of short interventions of many important topics. So it will be like a jigsaw and panorama, whatever. I've never been in such an event. So that's a mystery for me, but it's work group 6. And Giovanni will be open also to leave and to come in all the time. Again, you can leave and go in. And then regarding work group 4, sorry that I didn't mention it in the thematic ones. That is the one which doesn't take place in this long corridor. It takes place on the 2nd floor in the big hall, because that is the OECD, Education at a Glance working group, which Eric from OECD was presenting. So now I'm through with working groups 1 to 5 and 6. And now a little bit complicated working groups from 7 to 10. Again, it's 90 minutes. But unlike working groups 1-5, where the topic is throughout all the 90 minutes, in working groups from 7 to 10, the first 45 minutes are dedicated to a particular project. It finishes, for example, equity, gender equity in sports and skills like that. And when it's finished, then in the same room, number 7, the remaining 45 minutes are dedicated to a totally different project with a different moderator. Again, room 8, first 45 minutes are one topic, one project, the second ones are, and so the same principle refers to all the 7 to 10. But the principle remains, Giovanni, that you can, afterwards you can go, you don't have to stay in the same room for room 7. You can go to workshop 1 or 5, whatever. And importantly, in the lobby, coffee will be available all the time, because this workshop time is a time when you can do the networking, meeting new people, making projects in rooms or maybe in the lobby. I don't encourage you to leave the working group, but you can grab a coffee and just travel to any working group you find interesting or inviting. So once again, thank you very much, and please, could you, straight after the photo, go and sign up physically with pencil on the pages you have on the wall. And now I think you will be invited to the family photo. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ilse Boligina, round of applause. Bravo. Well, just like in education and in school, it is important for us to wind down and to refocus our mind, because we can't run all the time and focus on things and listen and talk and stuff. We need to change the scenery. So right now I would like to welcome on the stage a very special musical surprise, because we are traveling away from Kurzeme. They said there will be a map so we can see where Kurzeme is. We were in Kurzeme, and right now we are traveling to Zemgale, a different region of Latvia. And Zemgale will be represented, the green one, will be represented by the lunch that you will eat, prepared by the young professionals here in Ogre, but also from the Zemgale region. We have our very special musical surprise for you. It is the family group, Manguļu Family. A round of applause.
Hello, dear guests. Hello, dear friends. We offer you today the one very, very quiet instrument. That's why we need 10 minutes, absolutely quiet. If you want to learn play on the glasses, you have two ways. about 9 years, music school, music college, high school, or one evening. If you choose one evening, you must tune yourself. Pour in one glass the right drink, tune C flat, and drink out. After that, you will be ready to play on every instrument. Yes, this is the easiest way. But if you want, you can tune this instrument with right drink. But we have the special water, because after playing, after concert, it's so hard pour out this drink. We can't drink so much, 33 glasses. That's why special water. And today, more popular pieces from classic, from world famous classic, and of course Latvian classic too. If you are ready for dancing, always the stage is open. One more piece in this way of playing, and then another way how we can play on the classes. Thank you very much. Thank you. And if this way of playing is for you like a little bit too hard, you can take some silver teaspoons and play more easiest way. Very popular way of playing in Christmas time. Today, a little bit from Mozart. And the last one will be one very famous waltz, and always during this waltz, one couple, as minimum one couple, dance this waltz. It's the It's your time, please. This waltz will continue until somebody start dance. As quicker you will be on the stage, the lunch will be quicker. I understand you, the waltz very, very nice, but after seven time, not so. Okay, there is one where I kill myself. No. Thank you very much and have a nice day. We are very happy to see you here in Uagre. Thank you.
Loud round of applause to Mangulya family. Thank you very much for changing the scenery, changing our mood. And right now, while you are still smiling, please do turn around while being seated and look upstairs. There's our master photographer, Lauris. Please do look at him. I don't know what kind of a lens he has, but right now he will do a group photo. So if you don't want your behind to be in the photo, please turn around. Don't look at me. Look at Lauris right there, and we will have a big group photo. Should we stand? Should we stand up? What do you say? And the ones that are in the closest rows to the door, please do come over here, because you probably will not be visible, right? Oh, okay. Well, we can come right here. Please do stand up and come stand right here by the stage, looking at our master photographer. The row starts here. You can climb up, as they say, the tallest people in front, the shortest in the back, right? So please do occupy this whole front right here, the stairs, the front side. You can stand among the tables as well. Don't worry. It's important not to stand by the sides, because I think there is not a photo lens that can shoot this whole room. But Lauris will do his best. Maybe AI will help him. No? So how does it look from upstairs? Should we come closer together, or is it okay? So we have everybody right here. Okay. All right, this is the serious photo. Nobody smiles. Serious conference. We need it for the papers afterwards. Serious work was done here. Show me your serious faces. And right now, after 3, 2, 1, everybody say Skillman with a big smile on your face. 3, 2, 1, Skillman. Oh, I couldn't even hear you. Once again, 3, 2, 1. All right, and right now wave to the photographer as if he was the plane that flew away. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, the organizers have asked me just to set up the lunch for you. We need around 5 minutes. So right now, please do take the chance, go out in the lobby, sign up in the pages for the working groups, because after around 5 minutes, the lunch will be ready, will be served. So right now, please do take your chance, go outside, stretch your legs, wash your hands, sign up on the boards for the working groups, and see you all back here in 5 minutes when the lunch will be finally served. As you can see, it's all in the process. The lunch is real, it's not fake. I'm not joking. You can come back in 5 minutes. And after lunch, which is important, Giovanni informed me that after lunch in the lobby where you will sign up for the working groups, you can also receive your certification of participation. So if you need a certificate for participating in Skillman, that can be found after lunch in the lobby where you can find the sheets for the sign up for the working groups. So right now, in around 5 minutes, you can come back here, you can get lunch, but right now, please do sign up for the working groups in the lobby. There's a big whiteboard with pages. The ones that haven't signed up, please do sign up.